the children crying for starvation, just don't spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, don't spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, don't spoon. Don't spoon. Don't spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, don't spoon. Don't spoon. If you eat kepan, gradually, my brother, don't spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, don't spoon. Don't spoon. You want to get a news update, don't spoon. What? Yeah. Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today? Spoon TV. Spoon. Yes, what you about today? Spoon TV, spoon ba skidi bidi da bado. Spoon TV, spoon entertainment. Kuwa. Bese kuwa kudileo. Yes, sir. To get your information, to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just don't spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, don't spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, don't spoon. Don't spoon. Don't spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, don't spoon. Don't spoon. If you eat kepan, gradually, my brother, don't spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, don't spoon. Don't spoon. What? Yeah. Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? This one you about today. Spoon TV. This one you about today. Spoon Spoon TV, Spoon Entertainment, Spoon TV, Spoon Entertainment.
Okay, so it's good to be back here on another edition of the Spoon Talk right here on your favorite dial. The time is 22 minutes climbing up to 9 o'clock. That's the initial time checked from right here in odious Congo Town, Monrovia, Liberia. And of course, it's a pleasure to welcome you to yet another edition, very, very fascinating edition of the Spoon Talk right here on your favorite dial. We are coming to you live on Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric 101.1, and Support FM 95.5. We're also coming to you live on our social media platforms, Spoon TV Live, Fabric TV Live, and Support TV Live. This beautiful, beautiful Friday evening today. Happens to be the 22nd day of the month of December, and it's good to be here this evening to serve as your producer until later time here. And don't go away, be there as we hear, because as usual, the show promises to be very, very fascinating. So let me say good evening to all of you watching us this beautiful Friday evening. Let's try to recognize some of those watching us. David Swa is watching from Soul Clinic, Painesville, Liberia. Melvin Nkunu Gakba is watching from Bannersville, Benin Stop. Thanks for watching. Vanin Kiao says, same to you. Thank you. Abraham Iboy Manin says he's watching. Yeman Sterling says, good evening. Good evening to you, Yeman. JNB Gallery says, compliments of the season, folks. And same to you there. Compliments of the season to all of you watching us this beautiful, beautiful Friday evening. It is actually in the evening at our end. I don't know what about I don't know about you, but yeah, from Liberia, it's now 20 minutes up to 9 o'clock. That's the initial time check right now in Liberia. Isaac is not Isaac, but Jenny Tower says watching from Royal Betro Osil. Thanks for watching. Bill Carson is watching. And let me just say good evening and welcome to all of you watching the show this beautiful, beautiful evening. So again, my name is Yekazi Zobel. I'm sitting in here this evening. As your producer, it's been a while. Yeah, I've been away for a while now, but it's good to be back here on the platform. So the first thing we're going to do is that we will open the lines to hear you speak about, some of the trending national happenings in the country. What's on your minds this evening? So you can call and tell us what's on your minds. 0777 771 0777 771 101075. Those are the numbers to put you through this beautiful evening. So call us and let's have some chit chat right here. Let's see whether we can talk to the first person here. Good evening. Your name and where you join us from? Hello?
My name is Anita. I'm calling from Banana.
You said Annie?
Yeah.
Okay, Ma Annie, let's hear you, yeah? Okay, I don't know. Ma Annie was probably calling for another purpose. But let's talk to this other person. Hello, let's hear you. Your name and where you join us from?
Good morning. Good evening. You guys is aware?
Good evening. Let's hear you. Your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, I'm Eddie Dan John joining you from Bonafide.
Harris,
Not sure I heard this before.
Harris Bonafam.
Yeah. Thank God.
Let's hear you.
Yeah. Yeah, what is really on my mind is the outgoing government and the incoming government to start in the administrative complex that read by you in Congo Town there. They need rethinking.
Okay.
Yeah, they really need rethinking because all of these people are trying by means putting their thing in order, but then the government entity, government area, they will not be there looking somewhere away, and the thing are still on the working to the inauguration. So that was going to be far. There were, the troop was dressed up around all there that coming to council some of the area there. It's very cardinal to me.
Okay. Thank you.
Seriously, need I really PT seriously. I found it today again, and they because of it again. It's very on my mind, seriously.
Thank you very much. And just to buttress what you said, another area that needs painting, is the you can just hang up the line and listen. Another area that needs painting, one of the government ministries that needs painting is the Ministry of Health. It's right by us here in Congo Town. I mean, that doesn't, represent the country. The current look of the Ministry of Health. The edifice is very, very bad. The walls are crumbling. I mean, it just needs repeating. The structure is good, but it needs repeating. And I mean, that is, for God's sake, that is the Ministry of Health. It should be a representation, of the country health-wise. So if you have the walls are crumbling, the paints are all, peeling, and the entire wall looks so shabby. I mean, I don't think that is good for our country. I don't think it's a good is going to portray well out there. So the Ministry of Health, and I do agree with you that the ministerial complex needs painting. Yeah, because right now it has been discolored. Yeah, the dust has discolored it, so it needs repainting. Let's go back to the lines. 0777 777 1075, 0777 777 1075, 0555 101075. Let's hear from this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello, my name is Edward, calling from Ganta City, Nima County.
Edward, how is Ganta? I was there.
Ganta is very cold here.
It's cold there.
Ganta is okay. Yeah.
Ganta
is okay, but the cold here is very much hard.
I know.
Very, very cold.
I know. Yeah. The jacket I'm wearing right now, it was bought because of Ganta, because.
Oh, okay.
I do know.
I think I know you. You are my little brother. I know you very well.
Yeah, sure.
But some of my is about the car that break down along the Ganta Monrovia Highway. It's very very bad. And they
which specific part of the road?
Yeah, along the road. It's on the road because I just arrived here this evening.
Which part of the road now? You want to tell us a specific part of the road?
I met one truck at the number 7 there.
Okay.
Number 7 here, there's a truck that fell at the road.
Oh, okay.
Very, very bad. There is no sign. There is no sign of accident, nothing. And even tonight, you don't mind those are coming from Ganta where we get run into that car without any notification. So I'm just calling on the Liberian National Police to take on this thing, to take it, as a serious work to be done in the future. Okay. So that they kind of thing cannot happen in the nearby future to damage or to take away our citizens. It's very bad.
Thank you very much.
Thank you ever so much, you guys.
You're welcome. Yeah. Let's talk to another person here. Good evening. Your name and where you join us from?
Well, my name is Paul. I'm calling from the township of West Point.
I'm a man in the afternoon in West Point.
Yeah, but I think you there.
You say in the afternoon in West Point?
To the CEO, yeah, because you wanted to talk with me. I think this guy on his campaign trade that deal with it. You for my ear. You say you wanted to talk with me, but I don't get what number to talk to me.
Okay.
I want for you to appreciate it for me. Thank you for promoting me.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you for calling.
Merry Christmas.
Same to you. All right, let's talk to another person. The message is in the afternoon in West Point. Anyway.
Hello?
Yeah, hello, let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is Susanna calling from District 4 Soap Clinic.
Okay, Susanna, let's hear you, man.
Yeah, man, the new government are coming. The women are there backing on the street. What disgracing women now, they can just wear backing again on the street. How do people see about it?
The new government really plenty where to do it.
Yeah. The women are disgracing on in the town are wearing backing the naked on the street. Doing that time, if you wear backing, they can whip you. So you have to bring it by again.
Okay, all right. The new government got a lot of tax. But thank you for calling, man. Thanks for your point.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello?
Hello?
Let's hear you, your name and where you join us from.
Yeah, this is Pastor Ellis Cooper from Center.
Pastor Cooper, let's hear you.
Yeah, the problem I have is the old man have been elected, a president elect, and that man not ready to be in the chair yet.
Okay.
He is not called a president yet.
Okay.
So
Yes.
he lobbying around to see that Liberia will be straight. Let us see that when he is not ready to be president, if he's not in the country, then everybody now will be putting that more on him that he's out of this country.
Okay.
So let us invite our citizens for that. Let us lead brother, let him work. When he come back and sit in the chair as a president, when he's working now, then all can be talking in now.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for calling. Thanks for speaking your mind. Let's talk to this other person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Good evening. I'm Samuel S. Johnson. I join you from Grand Cape County.
Samuel, let's hear you.
This evening, my attention has been drawn to speaking to the issue of the NEC speeding up with those cases that are before their decks. Because these are people that the county, the district have decided to carry. But they continue to delay with cases. And you should know that the decision of the people is not to be delayed. Like the issue of Grand Cape County Senator-elect Madam Daba Mabane Vabla. Mamu Soni carrying complaint to NEC. Since then, we have seen no magnitude in that case. So we don't know why. They continue to delay our senator issue. So
you have seen no magnitude, but probably the neck has seen magnitude. That is why they are still looking into it. But thanks for calling anyway. It's been a pleasure having you on. Let's talk to another person. Good evening. Your name and where you join us from?
Hello.
Hello. Let's hear you.
Yes, I'm here, Emmanuel Firema.
Emmanuel, let's hear you.
Yeah. What I gotta say is for the Liberian, we are so stubborn. People volunteer themselves to clean the street, but whenever they take the day, when you pass it, you see another deck, there's so money. So why should be that way always? So really, the government need to work. They need to help and implement. So whoever they catch, they should punish them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for calling. Another person here. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
I call from District 6. The name is Samuel Baba. I call from District 6.
Samuel, let's hear you.
Thank you. This is my daddy on Spoon TV, same Spoon TV that I did in Liberia. But let me say this, you can see. Christmas is coming in the country. Look, you can see. The finance minister cannot pay any government worker. Okay? You see how the finance minister looking? Look, I'm highly disappointed in Samuel 12. Look at the country, my brother. Look at the street. Christmas is coming. Christmas is not coming. Samuel 12 cannot pay the government worker. What kind of minister the Liberian people have? They call minister 12. Your bar is boiling. There are other people crying with hunger. He cannot pay the other people in his country. so and highly disappointed in the minister. So they are making never made any mistake by putting station on Summit 12 by taking our money, giving it to money center in West Point.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's hear another person. Your name and where you join us from? So you just want to lower the volume of the radio or you walk away from it?
Okay, thank you. Why Mama tonight? For government are coming. This is so good that I want to go in the street. If they no play on the farm, so all can go on the farm without producing food. You ain't get no place.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thanks for calling. Let's take more calls here. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, good evening. My name is Mo calling from GST right here. My attention has been drawn to some things happening in our country with us. The people that here, the Indian people, they are saying that they're facing raw burger, sea raw. Why we producing sea raw and sea raw prices is increasing in our country? You buy these drinks and this time again stay long, but some of these drinks, our people they used to buy from 2007, 2009, to 13. They used to buy drinks, it was still, but nothing like that happening. Then the companies start producing iron and the sea raw in the country. The sea raw prices are increased than before. So we're talking to the incoming government. The government will not know what they were in a type of food with them. We want the tire that you are saying they can be stationed a year. It should be reasonable. Our people should be able to buy tires with cheap price that when it's carrying out, we're gonna be paying plenty of money. But the more medicine they will guarantee that when we bury our horses, this thing then should stay long on our horses and it's cheap alone. And also let it try to bring the price down. You can be producing something, there be high on the price be high like this.
Thank you. Let's hear another person. Your name and where you join us from?
Hello?
Hello, let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is James F. and I call from Louisiana Township.
James, let's hear you.
Yeah, what is on my mind, I want to speak to Mr. Carlos Gray, Representative Gray, talk about test on the Operation Day. I think all about Carlos Gray had a boy in his school. He still a representative. He can as I learned that the president has requested for additional 10 days. But one call, instead of getting on the street, and we have voted him out of power, now he want to get on the street to protest and delay that one, and we'll be standing by on that day. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you for calling and making your contribution. I hope you're gonna be standing for a good cause and not causing, chaos or violence on that day. Yeah, we have a lot of calls pulling in here. But if you just joined us, there's a reminder that you are listening to the Spoon Talk, your most preferred nighttime show from ODS Congo Town in Monrovia, Liberia. My name is Yekazi Zubelon tonight, sitting in as your producer, and I'm going to be here until later time. So until we can be joined by the CEO and his team of panelists, we are still here taking more calls from you Liberians pertaining what's on your mind. So call us on 0777 771 0777 771 0555 101075. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello.
Hello.
Let's hear you.
My name is Isaac Shima calling from Virginia.
Okay. Go ahead. What's on your mind?
What my mind has to do with conference center in District 17.
Okay.
From the time the late Willie V. House restaurant died, the things that been happening, there's a peaceful on the building. People having graduation party, people having wedding, photos. So I want to know as a other recording by going. Do you know that District 17 has historical building of such?
Okay. Thank you very much. The relevant authority are listening, and I hope they can respond to that question. Okay, so let's take a few more calls here. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, good evening. This is Daniel joining you from Togo.
Okay. Let's hear you quickly. Doc, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Dr. Richardson?
Yes. Hi. I'm sorry.
To the show.
Yes, I was basically attending to something over here on my other laptop. How are you doing today?
I'm okay.
Oh, it's good, very good to see you. I know that you guys were doing the call-ins and everybody were sharing their compliments of the season, and Merry Christmas to you. I hope you can see all will be well.
Sure.
You guys are preparing. Well, there's a few things I wanted to just sort of touch over. Richard Freeman is still on my mind. You know, Richard Freeman is the young lady, Yekesi, who interrupted the mob violence yesterday that happened. I didn't get a chance to review the tape in its entirety until after the show last night. You know, while I was, doing my end of the night errand, I was listening to her, and it was just unbelievable. I want to say more kudos to her. She did a wonderful job. She's the kind of citizen that I really, really appreciate in Liberia. You know, anything could have happened to her. She took a risk. So I want to just say kudos to her. You know, you heard her story, right, Yekesi?
I haven't been following, especially the news. I've been out of coverage area.
Oh, where were you?
I was somewhere behind Tapeta.
They send you all the time, yeah?
No, it's not a station that sent me. I actually gone at the Jackson Fado Regional Memorial Hospital for treatment, but then I took the time to visit one of my hometowns there.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good now. I'm good now.
How you feeling?
I'm fine.
Okay, be fine. I can't afford to hear any not so good news. So be fine. Let us know. Let me know. You have my inbox if there's anything I can do. Right?
Okay, I'm good. That's why I'm here.
Okay,
I've been absent from the show for like 2 weeks now.
Yeah, I know. I miss seeing you. But I just thought you're on Aaron. You're on work business. I didn't know it was a personal matter. But I'm going to definitely put you on my prayer list tonight. And I'm sure you look well, you look good. And I hope that you definitely will continue to feel better. We need you guys. We need you guys. You guys are such assets to Liberia, to providing the news. You guys have a sense of professionalism with you. You come on time. So definitely, Yegezi, we need you, Diamond, Aaron, all of you guys at the studio, Miss TT, everybody. You guys are such an asset to the Spoon Network, and I know you know that. So stay strong, and Merry Christmas to everybody. I will be calling Miss TT probably. We try to talk as much as possible as we can, so I'll be calling her probably tomorrow. Another thing that Yegesi that was on my mind was yesterday. Miss Vitura Kwekwe was here, and she told us that there was going to be a march from Famoma House to Sinker. It was 7:00 this morning. I don't know. I didn't see it on our page, and again, I didn't look for it. Do you know if we cover it or not?
No, we didn't. I didn't see that as well.
Okay, we're supposed to cover it yesterday. That's what the CEO announced. So I hope he's listening to follow up with that. But she did send me some pictures. I sent it to the CEO. She did send me their what they presented to the Justice Ministry, and they're looking for a response from them. So she also. This is what she said. They wanted to identify stores within the vicinity, which would be within the red light area of where Ms. Detta Simmons sought refuge and was intentionally refused and rejected in the face of peril to her life. They wanted the stores to be ordered to be closed and investigated. That was what some of the requests that they made to the Justice Ministry. They also want to identify bystanders, those who were just standing by watching, as or either those who facilitated the crime against Ms. Detta Simmons. They presented that for those people to be investigated and charged as well. They also want to preserve the dignity of Detta Simmons and all women. I'm sorry, I'm reading here and this thing's skipping on me. And all women of Liberia, that the government, through the appropriate statutory agency, immediately take down the video from all social media platforms and prosecute those found circulating same. That'd be a tough one, but they said they will go through the statutory agencies to do that. That the Ministry of Justice be more proactive in responding to issues of violence against women and humanity in a country as a matter of priority and utmost urgent. The issue of violence is particularly against women and men and children, because that tend to play the back role. So those were some of the requests that were submitted today, and I think she said they're awaiting a response. I also, there was the petition that was made to Councillor Minister Musa Dean today, and they await a response from him. So that was what happened on the women's side today in Liberia. I was very happy to hear that they did do the march, and they're planning another one. We'll be glad to bring someone to speak to that about that march here. And also, if you guys can cover it, I'll make sure that I follow up. I had left it up to the CEO yesterday, but I'm sure he's going to come and tell us more about it. And we talked yesterday. I had a thought about this whole restitution issue. The president had pardoned and waived the restitution of Brian Samuka. I think he's coming on today. Yesterday he was supposed to come on, but he had some technical difficulty. I just wanted to know, this is not a question for him per se. I have several questions for him, but I wanted to know how they were working out, or how the government worked out this whole restitution, because restitution comes from the Justice Department in consultation with the president, who has the rights to provide clemency. And then the fact that it was $1.something million that was pardoned, I wonder what role did LRA play into that, if there was any taxes involved, and how does that process work? So that's what I was concerned about. I wanted someone to come and tell us here. Did you have any thoughts about that, Yekesi? Anything?
Yeah, I read that partly, not the press release, but I read it from it's a social media platform, and it says 101 inmates have been granted clemency.
Yes.
By the outgoing president, including the former defense minister, and other high-profile individuals who served in government before. But I did not get all of the details as it relates to the defense minister being pardoned. Several millions of dollars that he had been pardoned. I didn't read the details about that.
Yeah, welcome Dwalu and the people. How are you, Dwalu? It's good to see you today.
Yes, it's almost Christmas, guys.
Can you imagine?
Merry
I'm
Christmas.
not done yet with stuff.
I know, everybody. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, I feel like the most important thing for me right now appears to be my family members in Liberia. My children are basically adults here. They told me that I'm old-fashioned, so they want their money that they can go do their own shopping for what they want. So that's me and my husband to cover that. So hold on, Dwalu, can you please continue because my husband.
I'll take it over. You can see, I don't know if you recognize our people already. If you have not, let me recognize a few people here.
Yeah,
Mauritius Davis, Tita Bestman, welcome to the show. Wilson Freeman, Daniel Tente, welcome to the show. I see Gaswa Manawan, welcome to the show. Morris Masakoy Jr., Francis Arte, welcome to the show. Augustine J.S. Fire, welcome to the show. Izebadi Pajakali, my own brother, what's going on? Follow Samalu, welcome to the show. Seth S. Kalbat, welcome to the show. We see Byron Taylor Jr., we see Moses Dolo. How you doing, my brother? We see Kowa Flomo, welcome to the show. Esther Zuo, Manstone Boyle, welcome to the show. Prince Rahim Vale, Sando, welcome to the show. Weeks Clifford, welcome to the show. We see Stasi Scott. We see Edwin Carboy, welcome to the show. Moses Dogbe, welcome to the show. Precious Guama, welcome to the show. McDonald Flomo Yankwe, welcome. Magalo, welcome to the show. Nathaniel Thompson, Bill Carlson, what's going on, my brother? Bobby Toe, welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Adam May Taylor, Sam Czar, Jenna Topel, welcome to the show. Samuel Roberts, Zeus Carter Jr., Aqua Jackson, Samuel Roberts, Kevin Bob Cooper, everybody, man. You're welcome. You're welcome. E-Man Johnson, Austin Jacko, welcome to the show. I see Darlington Bada, welcome to the show. Abi Briama, welcome to the show. Jenna Topel, welcome to the show. Washington Dolo, Elma Keto, welcome to the show. Everybody, man. April Diamond, welcome, welcome, welcome. It is almost Christmas. First of all, I want to say Merry Christmas to everybody across Liberia. I know for some people, the Christmas may not be too merry. I get that. I understand that. And so much we can do about it personally. All we continue to say that we have a leadership that's to some extent bring dignity to the country. But we want to say Merry Christmas, Happy Holiday, all across the country. Whatever God brings your way, man, let's celebrate this Christmas. Bring some life back into the country. We have a long way to go. All of us have work to do to live this country. Everybody has to play their part. Dr. Francis can play 100% of our part. If you don't play your part, we are not going anywhere. So it's like all hands on deck. We all have to contribute in our own little weak ways so Liberia can get a little better. I don't think it's going to change until we make calculated decisions to change Liberia in the direction that we collectively desire for that country to go. We have to fight to get the Liberia we want, Dr. Francine. I'll give it to you for a second.
Yes, Twalu, I was just telling you can see that I had a chance to go over Rachel's video yesterday as I was doing my final end of the night, kind of cleaning up errands. And you know what I noticed on that video? There were a lot of children or people who seemed to be childlike.
Yeah.
You notice that? And I'm worried about that. I don't know if you are, but I can tell you after 9/11, when children came into our practice, into our office, and would tell them to draw their experience, because children verbalize their feelings differently than adults. They don't have the words or the experience to articulate how they feel. So what we will find that a lot of these children were drawing violent pictures. There were a lot of the pictures were almost like airplane attacking. This is after 9/11 now, attacking their homes, airplane crashing, airplane attacking buildings, or some kind of monster attacking something. And I started to think about these children. How are they processing the violence of watching someone being mob robbed or killed? I mean, are they, what avenue do they have to let those things out? Are they going to model those behaviors? Because it was just Rachel alone who was kind of speaking out loud and fighting and quoting the law. Let's take this person to the law. I don't care what he did. And so I started to think about our country, Dwalu. Where are we with all of this? The kids that are watching this, they were watching it.
Doc, my brother Henry Don, welcome to the show. I will say this, Doc. I was fortunate one time. I spent 6 months in Liberia. It was in 2008. This is literally the height of mob justice. And ladies will hold their babies, 2-3-year-old on their side, while somebody is being murdered right there. I think what it does is it's the young people in the country, because if they're killing somebody, everybody runs there. And they're trying to see. But yes, the thing with that, most of them don't understand. The thing is just you murder a human being and you just go away and go back to normal. They rather believe that's what's happening. If you try to explain to most people what is happening to their mind as it relates to seeing this kind of level of violence and how that translates into the last time you mentioned here, and hopefully I quote you correctly, that if there was some violence in my past and I live it, there is a way where I pass it on to my children almost literally. So it's almost like sort of like genetics, right? But it's not entirely genetic, but it's like you're passing it on without realizing what you're doing. But that's the society we got.
Yeah, it does. So it stays dormant, what I like to use sometimes, in you. And we present this type of violence in a traumatic way through what we call fight, flight, or freeze. So a lot of the children, we see them, they present like ADHD type. They're very impulsive. See that in some of our adults, how they behave, you know. Look at the adults who are practicing violence in our society. They always feel like they have to have a lot of people behind them. They have to have these weapons. They're marching in the streets. They dress in these scary black outfits. That didn't just start now, okay? So they are fighting something inside of them, or they are practicing this bravado kind of behavior, okay? Then there's those who freeze, the quiet ones. You don't see them, you don't hear them. They're fighting their own demon, but it's quietly, you know. They are inattentive. We call those inattentive type. It's another form of attentional disorder, ADHD. They're not. The other form is impulsive. They got to be fighting all the time. This form is inattentive.
But now I want to draw your attention to this. Look at Liberian men, even in the diaspora. If two people are arguing, there is this tendency where I have to be louder than the other person. It says this masculinity fighting each other. It is not something that is controlled. A man should be entirely disciplined and controlled. But what we're doing, like, bro, the first thing here, they're yelling because it goes back to that. It's massive trauma. Look, I wanted to talk about the legislature today as a branch, but this topic is so important to the point where, because if this is not addressed, we are pulling from the population to put them into government. This mindset is going into the government. So you're not going to get a representation of quality to your people, because these are the kind of people that are going to be governing you. They're not going to change because they hold a government position. In fact, it is going to be exacerbated because this is all they know.
Exactly. Yeah, you're so right. And if you see the legislature, you can see these patterns of behavior. There's those who are constantly talking. They seem like they're fighting. They're louder, but they're not saying anything constructive nor contributive to the conversation. And then there's those who are, we call them, they're fleeting. In fact, they fight. I talk about the fighters who are the impulsive type, the freeze, the quiet, inattentive type, and then of course the fleeting people, the people who are flight. They're on the flight. They're everywhere. They've got racing thoughts going on in their head. Okay. Even when they sit down, you see them, they're very anxious. They can't sit still. Things can't stay in the mind for a long time. And that happens here. So I have a small psychological practice. You would be surprised how many people come to my practice, and they are of different African descent. I can't even for confidentiality reason I can't disclose. But one of their struggle is attending to the job that they have now. So a job that is entry level, as working perhaps maybe starting off in a group home or grocery store, or a job that is even being an administrator. They have problem focusing, following instructions. Okay, people have to repeat things to them or be experiential with the instruction. Now, on a rate of someone who may not have experienced trauma before, it's different. They tell me, it seems like everybody else understanding things at the job, but I feel I have to go ask other people what the people say before I get it. I don't know if that's normal or if this, and that's what they share with me.
Because these are blockers, Dr. Francine. Look, we were in the military. Whenever you're going to go in a violent environment, you're conditioned to be able to take this level of violence. Remember now, we are adults, we are grown men. So they put you through a tremendous amount of training, and yet then still people come out with PTSD.
Of course.
Imagine we get prepared this massively. Then you think about somebody who is not trained.
Yes.
Look, Dr. Francis, you had a great segue to the legislature because I want to bring these guys up today.
Please do.
And in the legislature, and you see men behaving, and I will say the language I want people to understand, like grown-up boys, not because they know another way, but because this is all they know. They believe this argumentative posture where you have to be loud and say, oh, I got elected, and they're cussing each other. This is not happening by chance. This is because our society is so traumatized that most of these people believe they have to be boisterous. When you see LU students, look, I don't know one university here, and I went to 4 different universities in America. I don't know one place where students were wearing military fatigue and trying to be militant.
Yes.
It's a
yelling.
Thank you.
All these calls. We don't do that.
Nobody does that.
It's quiet because it's a place of study, education. When you're having exchanges in conversation, it's not like, a busters kind of a thing to do.
No.
No.
You go on the college campuses, Jaja, this is not. Look, the reason why you go to a university, okay, and a lot of people think you go to earn degree. No, you go to recalibrate your mind and how to think. So your entire focus for the duration of the 4 year or 5 years you are at university is to recalibrate your mind. If your mind is not being recalibrated, you can give you the paper all you want. You have not gotten educated. Now, I want you to understand the distinction between education and learning to read and write. They are not one in the same thing.
Nope, they're not.
Education is transformative. So I will give you an example. If Pa Musa, who never went to school, formal school, if he knows to put a well up the hill and put a toilet down the hill, that's education. Correct. That's education, okay? Yeah, now just because you can read and write doesn't mean you're educated. So when you go back to the legislature, we have a lot of people either who understand to read and write, but they will not be able to think critically because all they see in the society is this violent society. When I keep pushing for the issue of law and order in Liberia, because law and order forces people to recalibrate into following certain standard.
Yes.
The only way you can do that is through consequence, whether the consequence is punitive or it's compensatory, but they have to pay somehow. If they're not paying, there is this thing we keep going around the ring. The legislature is not a small place. Collectively, as a body, they're more powerful than the president. Exactly. But you would never know that.
And I think part of the outcome of this is, when we're not thinking critically, we're not open to divergent views, okay? Because you have not been transformed, your head have not been transformed. You've been taught to just follow instructions. Okay, you have not been taught to ask questions, to say what, when, how, if, who. Okay, and what if? Where's your plan B and your plan A, or plan C, or plan D? That's the thought process. When I read papers, I want to see how you have synthesized all of the literature that you have read. Don't just give me who said. What do you think about what that person said? How are you thinking about it? Does that apply to our culture, the culture that or other cultures around the world? Because we're not living just in the United States. We become a smaller culture. And I'm so impressed with that kind of innovation. That's why my students, I tell them, when you give me a paper, you better know how you come in with your paper.
You need to think. Look, Dr. Francine, your grandson, Marlon, if you tell him to go to bed, he will ask you why.
Of course.
In Liberia, if the child asks you, put slap on the ball. Let me tell you something. Look, thank God we got a psychologist here. When the baby is born, all the way to like maybe 21 years old, the brain is growing. You're supposed to feed the brain the same way you can feed your stomach. So when they're asking you questions, they just be inquisitive. They're not trying to be rude. They begin their first skill. If you don't feed that, the brain does not grow.
That's it.
So culturally, we have to feed the young people's brain with a lot of information. I'm talking about good information. You can't take a murder scene that is live and you take a child there. It's like a sponge. He sucks it up.
Absolutely.
It desensitizes him.
I
mean, we got work to do, Doc.
We do. And speaking about the brain, let me just show an example of how that works. The brain is full of neurons, and those neurons are constantly firing as we learn. That's how it's designed to fire. And if we don't provide information to that brain to make the neuron fire, we just kind of beat them and shut them down and don't have to absorb information, the neurons are not firing to their potential, okay? This is why one of the things, the biggest study they did in this country were with nuns. Nuns tend to live long and they keep their faculty intact. They can remember things because when they leave teaching, they're constantly reading, they're doing jigsaw puzzles, they're keeping their brain working. Those neurons are firing. Okay. Yes, they're feeding those neurons. And you're right. So that's why I don't often get upset with my 21-year-old, 22, because the brain is so impressionable until you're about 24, 25. It formulates, then you're right. Until you are 24, 25, it can be an irrational brain. Yeah. Our life is irrational. We think about, the brain is designed to think about negative things a lot. So when those kids go and see mob violence, killing, and all of those things, their brain is programmed to think about those negative things until we put in positive things to offset those negative things that they are thinking about. It makes it very difficult for them to become well-balanced people.
You're removing that critical thinking away from there. And then look, I have 3 kids. I have 2 15-year-old and a 16-year-old. They're way smarter than me. They're smarter because they got better feeding. When I mean feeding, I'm talking about mentally than I have. Yeah. So there is, look, in Liberia, what we continue to do to us, and when I say this, people think, look, somebody posted it, Dwalo, you're saying the truth, but what people didn't let the truth, they will hate you for it. And I understand it. This is what we try to explain it in ways. And I don't expect people to just change and say, listen, Dwalo, what you say is the truth. But I want to challenge you to read a little more for yourself. Don't take my word for anything I say. Look, you are on obligation. They see how you can live off food every day. Your brain is like a bucket. You got to put food inside every single day.
Exactly.
Every single day. That's why you see sometimes I cannot argue with certain people, not because, Plato said this right. Before you begin arguing with the individual, you have to first gauge whether he understands the level to which he's arguing. If you cannot establish that level to which that person is arguing, if it's far beneath you, it's a waste of time. It doesn't matter what you say, he's going to insult you. That's why you see most people on Facebook, they quick to insult because they cannot carry the conversation. So soon as you start behaving certain way, when I first gauge you, I'm thinking you're not there, I'm not going to say anything. I will just stop and walk away. Because you have to understand the level to which we are arguing so you can decipher whether you're right or wrong. But if you don't have that capacity to do that, it's a waste of my time and waste of your time. Look, look, young girls, the reason why even in this country, they will not try people under the age of 18 as full-grown adults because the brain don't understand plenty of things. They say, oh, that's not common sense. I get damn stupid. She's not stupid. Her brain is growing.
Yes. And developmentally, there's certain expectations of that 18-year-old brain versus a brain that is 30 under the right conditions, okay? Because there are 30-year-old brain who can behave like an 18-year-old brain as well after doing a lot of assessment. So this is why the people in the country to do competency, level of competency. What's your level of understanding? We are constantly testing. In fact, your children, so have our mom, every level they go through, they get them tested to see how they're performing, how they're doing, until when they get to college, that becomes if you want it or not. But in high school, my last daughter is graduating from high school this year. All through, she's get tested almost every period, every class. And I just want to, somebody did mention adverse childhood experience, which is very close to trauma. All of the adversity that a child might experience in life. And as we speak about Liberia, from the time you were born, are you being like, I talk about like the mental nutrition that you are supposed to be experiencing? Are you experiencing that? Are you experiencing physical nutrition? Children eating one day a meal. Nutrition is very much related to how that neuron fire in your brain, as I'm telling you. If you're hungry and you go into school, it ain't gonna work for you.
It ain't gonna work. Yeah, you get a gas.
Anybody ever been hungry on this live? You know how it feels. Imagine being a child, okay, and you're trying to learn, and teacher trying to teach you, and you're hungry. That's not gonna work. That's why in developed country, they pay close attention. They even have food programs that they offer to our children because they know the relationship between learning and nutrition. Okay, if you cannot afford it and you tell the state you cannot afford it, they will provide some kind of low rate of breakfast for you in the morning and lunch for you.
Yeah. Right. But that's what they did to us. Look, when we used to go to high school, when the bus fall down, the first place we go to the cafeteria, we eat in the morning. Then 12 o'clock again, they carry on the cafeteria again, we eat again. They're not feeding you because they just want to follow your gut. They're trying to follow your head too. But I want to say another thing. The average 21-year-old in Liberia is almost equivalent to like a 14, 15-year-old year in America.
Exactly.
Yeah, mentally. I wanted to tell all that all they get in here, BB the body, BB the sex is not doesn't mean you're big. You got to understand that. The average person in America has an IQ. That means their brain power is 98. I want to understand the average person in Liberia like 45.
Yes.
So the reason
98 and 100 is the average.
Yeah, average.
Average.
I've done my IQ. It's almost like 117, so that's pretty good.
Yes,
but
that's very good.
Average.
Close to a standard deviation above that.
Thank you. So what I'm trying to say is, if Liberia average IQ is 45, who go in for yourself? Check it out. Okay, 45, 46. In America, it's 98. I want you to think about this. That means people in America, people in Sweden, in Singapore, they are functioning at a higher level. But I want to contrast that. Take Liberians that left Liberia and they came to America, especially Liberian children that were born here to both Liberian parents. They have a same average IQ as those in the US for a reason. But the point I'm trying to make is they don't have a different genetic makeup. Okay, so they because they're being fed properly, the brains are being fed. This is why I hate when anybody just set up school, because look, kindergarten. My children from ABC to 8th grade put in private school. There's a reason why I did that.
Absolutely.
But in the beginning, and the brain is so absorbing,
impressionable,
best that you can give it to. And when you give it the best, what happens is then it's like you're functioning all the cylinders. So you can't tell your child is sending to beyond the whole Zimra. You're killing the child. And time I say, oh, they begin then dull. You're not dull. You kill his brain before he got a chance to grow.
Yes, absolutely, Dwalu. And even like my grandson is in preschool. He's 3.
Thank you.
And he goes there from 9 o'clock until 5 o'clock. We pick him up. Yeah. And during that time, we just got his report. Excellent academically, but socially, he needs some work to do because he's the only child in the home. He's very to tell us. Yes, they measure it, of course. Because I was like, my daughter was like, Mommy, you spoil him. So the things that he needs, when he comes home, I take his jacket off, I feed him. There are people in his classes already who know how to take their jacket off, but he's only been there for 3 months. I'm like, you know what? It's an adjustment period. They got to teach him how to learn how to do those things at home. And I'm learning. I just feel I come from a different school of thought, when it comes to, children. Exactly. That's what my mom said. And I think I did that. I mean, that's what my daughter said, but I think I did that to my daughter as well. But yeah, so developmentally, he knows his colors, the checking of that. This is 3-year-old, the checking colors now. He knows how to count. He knows, how to say 1 or 2 words, bye-bye, goodbye, hello. They count all of those things. And then, and then social development, they got all the subject, like, does he know how to follow directions, put his clothes away, hold a knife and a fork? I mean, all these things, the nitty-gritty things, Yeah. And this is where the world is right now, Dwalu. Yeah. How many schools have these kind of developmental stages for our children?
Nobody can set up school, and nobody regulates it. And the reason why I brought this topic up, Papa, you gotta be there with your children. The man who can raise them. That's the point I'm trying to get at today. Fathers, I don't care if you don't want a woman, you gotta help her raise that child, because she ain't able her womb, because the child is not just food, clothing, and shelter. In fact, the primary factor of that child is cognitive growth. And you got to feed it. The park got to feed it. The man got to feed it. You got to feed it. So because if Liberia going to develop, we got to feed from the ground level. I mean, the social programs at the education ministry, even at the gender ministry, these are some of the programs that should be pushing for the primary level of education. I'm talking about from kindergarten to the 8th, 9th grade. We have to feed that heavily. Because we are not doing this. And you see our legislature functioning in the way it functions because these people haven't been fair. I can guarantee you, if you went to the legislature and you took the sampling of the IQ of the legislature, it would probably fall around the same 45-50% average. And the point I'm trying to make is that we have an average IQ around 50. What it's saying is we are not going to be able to produce, to compete at a competitive level in the region, on the continent, more especially across the globe. So we have to continue to seek at this. One of our best and brightest, the education ministry has to set standards, and those standards have to be enforced aggressively. It's not just because you want to chastise the schools, but you want to make sure our children are giving the best and optimal outcome for their developmental growth.
Yes. And Dwalu, I want to add, some people don't understand when we're speaking about some of the comparative analysis that we make. We are only doing this because the world is increasingly smaller, okay? We're not doing to badmouth Liberia or to say Liberians are not smart. But think about when you were growing up, there was other factors around you that push you, despite if you were exposed to academic settings or not. We had parents, everybody had parents in the neighborhood. You had standards that we follow. But right now, we don't have those buffers. That's how I call those buffers to support our children. And this is why we have this conversation. I'll give you an example. I had a doctoral student. He's now a psychologist. I have graduated one Liberian psychologist in my field and another Nigerian who, I keep in touch with both of them. I remember my first psychology class, he told me, we don't have no substance abusers in our country. We don't have no alcoholics in our country. This was early 90s. Didn't understand what alcoholism was. Okay, didn't understand. He thought he felt like he would be bad off in Liberia if he said we didn't have alcoholic in our society. And the point is, when you study how do we define alcoholism, the craving, the need to drink, and then you start to say, okay, yes, I did have people in my community, and we have to be honest when we speak about these things. It is not that we don't just want to be doing comparison just because we feel like doing comparison. We want to be honest with our Liberian people. We want us to be looking around. We want to be careful and want a better society in order to compete with this world. The world is not seeing, Liberia as an extra isolated place. No. The world is leaving us behind. So when these people come and say, the comparison, there's certain things that will compare. Emotions are emotions. Okay, people cry. People feel, your cognitive ability, and you got neurons in your brain that fires. We study the brain structure. When I take skin color out of it, I take location. There's still things that I see in the brain that are stable.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So and those are the things that we compare. Yes, the extra variable will be our cultural surrounding and how the culture impact, and we take that into consideration as well. So I don't want people to come out here and say, you have to compare America to Liberia and blah, blah, blah.
It's not America, Doc. Look. Let me give you a scenario. In 1991, the great country of Rwanda, they didn't even have in a public school. Okay, what you see in Liberia today, the proliferation of churches and school all over the place was the case of Rwanda, and the same issues that are plaguing Liberia today was plaguing their country as well. So what it did was, and this is what we are proposing, is they sat together and put together a think tank. And what the think tank did was to strategize and make recommendations to the president. Say, listen, this is what we have to do in order to remove this massive amount of illiteracy rate in the country. So they demarcated the entire country, and they built these public institutions, and they were well funded and organized. And each student had a computer funded by the government. In fact, today, in the span of 20 years, Rwanda has become the technology hub in Eastern Africa. Literally, the kids are learning coding in elementary school. The kids are learning at a very high rate. They eat when they go to school. It can be done locally. I'm not comparing us with America. And for those of you who don't understand, let me tell you, 1822, Liberia, we're way ahead of everybody. I'm saying far back. When we got our independence in 1847, nobody else in the continent even understood the concept of independence.
Nope.
When we were functioning massively in the 1880s, we were above everybody else. From the 1920 all the way to the 1970, almost every African came to our country to learn. So I know we have this capacity of growth within us, but we have to reach for it. This is what we are saying. How do we recalibrate? We can no longer blame the war. It's been close to 40 years now since we left, 30 years since the war ended. So we're taking too long to restructure the system where we focus heavily on human capacity development. This is my thing. Look, the quickest way to develop any society is through developing the minds of the population. And we are not funding this. We are not allocating enough money towards the budget when it comes to education. The International Monetary Fund, including the World Bank, they are willing to match Liberia pound for pound if we commit, I believe it's 20% of our national budget towards education. We can barely contribute anything more than 14%.
Yes.
So we are leaving money on the table. That's my issue, Dr. Francine. I'll give it to you.
Even setting up a conducive, getting the fund to set up a conducive education environment. Children will not learn when it's too hot. Children will not learn well when they got these Coloma bricks to the window. Children will not learn when the bathroom is sent from the bathroom coming into the classroom, for them. Children will not learn when they're hungry. We already established all of these things. And those are the things where we talk about developing the human minds that we don't pay special attention to. But anyway, we can move on to the topic. I wanted to talk about one thing. You had left yesterday, Dwalu, when people didn't quite understand what I was trying to say about President Bokar. And I know some people went into their own special feelings about this. I wasn't particularly trying to say that President Bokar shouldn't get free suits, nor was I trying to say that Yoni shouldn't provide free suits to President Bokar, to vice president like Bokar. What I was trying to tell you is that I am in a lot of sympathy and care for the tailors in Liberia. Just how we can highlight and promote the tailors in the United States, I believe that I would send a message to whoever wanted to listen, to his handlers, to him, that he should do the same thing. Go and show yourself be measured by the tailors in Liberia. After all, those tailors stood by you. I remember the tailor union was behind you during your election to promote them. In America, I don't know about, in fact, Yoni put on his page and he came on the show yesterday. He said, I don't need to be exposed. My business is already exposed. I think anytime I have a private practice, if Joseph Bokar asks me to evaluate him or anybody else to provide counseling, that's instant exposure for my business. I don't care how much I'm exposed in the United States. But anyway, since he's got it together, he meets with celebrity, and let me put this a disclaimer. I'm not quite impressed by celebrity money and name brand. Those things, materialistic things, maybe some people are, because I don't know why. Maybe it's something about them, which is to each his own, but I'm not, okay? I am 55 years old. I've seen things. I lived life. I had a beautiful life. I'm blessed. Those things don't move me. I've been higher up and lower down. So I know the difference, okay? So, but I want to stand in solidarity with the tailors in Liberia, the people who are the same stress and the tailors in Liberia, and that's what I was trying to say. But people thought I was bad muffing President-elect Bokar. I was being anti-supportive of Unity Party agenda, which I will talk him. When Joseph Bokar does well, I will praise him. When any government does well, I will praise him. But if I have a recommendation to make, nobody here will stop me from doing that. I will talk it.
Look, guys,
it's not in anybody's garage, not even the driveway, not even on the street. Okay, and I move from being in the house. So let's move forward now.
Move on, guys. Look, one of the beautiful things about diverse view, it wakens your intellect. It forces you to think a little bit differently. Look, if we do not, let me tell you, some of us live in America, right? Look at how everything is talked about. Not out of malice, but in order to make it better. So the issue here is when you have a different view from yours, it doesn't mean the person disagrees with what you're saying, but they're just putting forward their position on what they see as well. This society has to grow. Look, the issue of tolerance, we have to grow. If our IQ is 45 out of 100, I'll just give an example, tolerance will be around 2. We have to tolerate one another. Because I want to be able to criticize somebody and I go to Liberia and I feel safe in my person because I will make damn sure that I will be safe. I'll do everything to make sure I'm safe. But by the same token, I should not even think about that. Look, guys, we have to talk about Liberia. For a very long time, we were entirely muted about what Liberia was. Back in the day, all that the people think you want to in government thing now. Look, the issue of government thing got us into war. When the war came, the war is all the other friends saying, oh yeah, you said our government thing, we forgot about you. No, it chakla all of us. So all of us got to talk about every single thing. Look, we've done on the topic enough. My thing is, I won't hear people different views from mine. In fact, those are the people that I love to talk to because it forces me to think at a little higher level. And if you do that, you say, oh, but that I never understand the functioning of cognitive awareness. Now people like me are going to read on I will Google everything. I will grab books to understand it better because I don't want to come back again and the other friends get one over me. That's a hard thing. Because now, yeah, exactly. So we got to push the envelope. We got to push the envelope. And somebody said, oh, there are 6 million homeless people in America. What's about the IQ? This is what I'm talking about, guys. America has over 330 million people. This country is massive. Out of 330 million people, if 1% of that number is homeless and the IQ drop, and we have 5 million people, and then we have about half of those people, 2.5 million, they can barely earn kind of living. Now, people, you make that kind of comparison, you can't do that. You can't do that. We are nowhere near what we're supposed to be. Liberia is actually older than some states in America. Let me repeat. We got our independence. We begin serving more than some states in America before they joined the union. And look at them today and compare them to us. We have work to do, Dr. Francine. Let's go to our first topic.
Because sometimes, and people who you know, and you think they will know better, like some people that they were older than you when you were young, and they're still, baffled, like ask me, why didn't I read about this tailoring business before I commented? I read about it. And my comment is so different than what I read, just in case you don't know. Okay, let me take some time to educate you. There was nothing on the internet about this suit being free yesterday. Okay, until it was mentioned on Spoon. All was on the internet was we saw a picture with measurement being taken. But I'm done with this subject. You can take it however way you want to take it. I expect for you to make like a more substantial contribution. But if you want to be stuck in your way of understanding, as Dwalu said, IQs are different. I understand that. So let's go, Dwalu. What's the topic for the day? I didn't really.
The first topic for today, Bowman County Superintendent sent out an SOS, basically, to Liberia everywhere. He said hunger looms in Bowman County.
Hunger.
They need support. Now, I want to break this down, my people. I want for you to understand. The people in Bowman, they say they're hungry. Now, as a son of a Gola man, you always say you're lazy, you're getting made fun, you're hungry. Hey, God.
No, I want to teach you because in Kemon County, they say Cynthia about us. They say they got one farm in Kemon.
So the prisoners, obviously the prisoners in the prisons, the government not taking care of them. Let me say this. When the government puts you in jail, they are responsible for your upkeep in all things. This is law. That means if the government put me in jail, they got to feed me, they got to take care of my hospital bill, they got to do everything for me, make sure I take shower, make sure I maintain my hygiene. All of those are the responsibility of the government. If the people in Bowman County are hungry, or what's going on in Bowman County, I don't know, but I believe the same is true for most of the counties across the country. All across the country, people are hungry. This Christmas season, people call into the show. Some people mention how they can barely find anything to eat. If you guys remember a few shows back, or a couple of months ago, I made a statement on this show. And I said, voting is less than 1% of your responsibility as citizen to the republic. 1%. It takes 5 minutes, 10 minutes, let's say 30 minutes to vote in the line. And that person is there for 9 years or 6 years, however long that person is going to be there for. For the duration of the person's tenure, you have a responsibility to agitate politically, to agitate economically, to agitate socially, so the person can provide the results for your society that you want. You talk about hunger in Bowman County. Are the people in Bowman County agitating? Democracy doesn't just happen because you put democracy in place. Democracy must be fair. It must be watered. It must be pushed. It must be chased for democracy to function. I think Thomas Jefferson said it's best. From time to time, democracy must be watered with the blood of patriots. Now, I'm not saying that literally. That's not what he meant. That's what he meant at the time. But what I'm saying, in a sense, Liberia must water their democracy for it to grow. For the people of Bowman County to have food that they can be satisfied, to be able to eat 3 times a day, so they can grow the brain capacity of the kids in Bowman County, they have to feed that democracy. They have to hold their legislators to account. They have to hold their president, their representative to account. They have to march for it. They have to demand proper schools for our children. They have to demand jobs in Bowman County. But they will say, oh, me, I tire, the rain coming, I go home, yeah, be money to the iron ore. What thing I can suffer myself for? When you say those words, you're upping or you're hiding the possibility of poverty in your county. We have to fight for the democracy we want, or else hunger will swallow us all, Dr. Francine.
Yes. I think there are a lot of things that we can do to address our hunger issues in the country. It's not a personal issue or the personal issue of the people of Bowman County. Again, we have Bowman County, have the Western Cluster. We need to find out in what way that the contributions of the Western Cluster to Bowman County can support programs that will decrease hunger in the county. Like they have all the resources. What the superintendent, what is her role in her connecting with the senator or the representatives? How can they sit down and all talk about this issue? How can they address the hunger in the county? I mean, I'm sure this is not an isolated problem, Dwalu. I'm sure other counties are probably feeling the pinch.
Yeah.
But what can they do? What's the game plan? What are the people of Bowman County game plan? What is the superintendent doing about this? Who is she speaking to? I know the cliche that we have running, and I'm joking about this. I'm not really quite being serious. It's like, what are the thoughts about farming? I'm from Kipma County. There's a running joke that we don't make farms in Kipma either, and which I don't know. I don't even think that is true, because a lot of times when I went to Kipma, I would stop and get my fufu. So where did the fufu come from? Somebody farm it came from. Barry, they're good for, and then of course they're very good for. They got a town called Fantita in Kipma. I'm so very similar in Bassa, where they drive the fish from Lake Piso. When the guys come for the kino at night, they can bring the fish over and dry. So yes, I think that these important conversations need to be held about the state representative, the the state senator, the House of Representatives, the superintendent. They all have to sit down and say, okay, we have hunger in our county. What are some of the ways that we can address the issue of hunger in the county so that it wouldn't be repeated, and it should be measurable? It'd be something that they have a timeline, it should be something that they can accomplish within a given time, within maybe 3 months goal, 6 months goal, 9 months goal, 12 months goal. Okay, so that it won't be something. I don't understand why it is something that should be repetitive. This is a human cause.
But Dad, Emmanuel Jesse, you're right. Democracy is expensive, but the bulk of the expense is not monetary. It's the time and commitment of the citizens to see that democracy comes to fruition. And another thing I would say to you is this: if for now that's what we have to work with until we decide to change the form of government we have in Liberia. But Dad, you said something. The reason why the agriculture ministry exists. Look, people that decide to work in government, they got to work. You have to set benchmarks. You have to track the benchmarks. You have to measure the benchmarks. And you have to quantify the benchmark as it relates to the output you desire for your location. So why would there be hunger anywhere in the country? If I were agriculture minister, I would set a massive benchmark. I will publish it. I will build a massive website. And I will publish everything I intend to do with the intention that I intend to achieve across the country. So the first thing is every county will have a massive warehouse system. And that warehouse system is intended to feed that county. If it's excess, we export. But there is no standard being set, Dr. Francine. Look, if the ministry needs a certain amount of money in consideration of what the budget is, and they look at you, look, our agriculture ministry, for example, Dr. Francine, they give it $5 million, which is almost like no money. That was the president weekend drinking money, right? Out of the $5 million, maybe $4.2 million is people's salary. Then it will take 800,000 to say that project for agriculture. That means we're not serious about food production. Mm-hmm. At the end of the day, this is where I talk about democracy paying the price for democracy, right? So if you're living in Bowman County, these town hall meetings, you go to your representative, they have to build a Palawa hall. You're going to go there. Look, the representative go to work 2 times a week, Tuesday and Thursday. By law, the rest of the time, he's supposed to be living with you in the county where you're living. You're supposed to go, he's going to have meeting to the local town hall in your district. My man, our food Benin that we're talking here, where the plan that you get to make sure our food in a plate with our trainer go hungry.
Yes.
To present a plan to you. And that plan has to be plausible and meets the criteria of that district. Meaning he has to localize the plan, indigenize the plan, You can't find something on the internet. You can't say, oh, in Norway, the people use tractor. But people don't understand the concept.
Critical thinking. Some things you can compare and some things you cannot.
You cannot.
This is a case in point, Walu.
Yeah.
Compared to all the noise some people make.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, there will be something done. But Dr. Francine, we will switch this for a second. The sellers across Liberia, they're complaining. They say nobody buying. The Christmas, the festive season, there is no buyers. There is absolutely nothing across the country. They're just selling. They're selling the house on. Nobody buying. What's going on? That?
It's sad. And it's interesting. Something tells me, of course, we heard news that the civil servants were not being paid.
Correct.
As this government is leaving. So that could be a possible reason. There's, not if people didn't get paid, how are they going to have money to buy? How did we get here is something that we need to, our citizens need to observe and work towards not getting to this point where our government can just decide to dig hole, cover hole for civil servants' survival. So that is the issue, Dwalu. The issue is they are not getting paid. Our economy is so dependent on external sources, HPX. If HPX does not give us this $37 million that TUSA he got from them to pay civil servants, if they renege on the agreement or they did pay, from what we are hearing, even though we have not seen receipts as to where did the money go. But that's what our economy is dependent on. Our economy is dependent on if NGOs don't make contributions to, different governmental agencies, then we don't get paid until we start to work on those issues, those deep issues, all right, where we can be a little more dependent on our own resources in the country, not dependent on external resources. Like you were going back to saying, what are our plans for agriculture, ecotourism? Can we have a good size of our revenue come from internal sources? I mean, look at a budget. Twe did say a good size of he was proud to say that a good size of his budget was coming from internal sources. Taxpayers, he said, were doing well. I think the taxes that they were collecting from, like the shipping companies, the people that brought in goods into the country in businesses. I think he said that they were doing well. But my thing is, that money went straight to paying one of the largest expenditure is paying government employees. So what if we have enough money where the money wouldn't just go to government expenditures, but have enough to provide some supportive system to us, right? To have enough to be able to dig in, to have extra for Liberians. I'll tell you, Dwalu, one crazy thing I did this year in the state of Pennsylvania, because I'm a licensed psychologist in Pennsylvania. So we have to renew our license every year.
Wow.
Yes, and every 2 years. I'm sorry, every 2 years, and it's a hefty sum. So I didn't realize that the state of Pennsylvania had extra surplus in the budget that they waived our license fee, and so I kept on sending. I would do everything online, and I kept on sending the money, and they rejected. So I called the lady Monday morning because it's the first time in history. I said, "Man, something is going on. I need to get my license. It's almost, the deadline. I've been sending this money and, it's getting rejected." And she laughed at me so hard. She said, Dr. Richardson, did you not see, or did you not get your email that your license fee was waived this year because the state of Pennsylvania got enough money in their budget? But so that's a simple example that I'm trying to bring up. Yes, a simple example. That we need to do more, not to just dig hole to cover hole. We need to do more for when we get in these crisis situations like hunger in Bowman County. or payment for the citizens of Liberia. We're not depending on HPX because we have not seen the receipt. We can improvise until we get this thing settled. That's what I meant.
But you see, the strategy from the government of Pennsylvania is to empower you, and the expectation you're going to grow that firm. By extension, it's going to increase the tax base. Nothing they gave you is for free. But to my big sister here, Ami Boti, you're absolutely right. We have to build warehousing system across the country. But let me just read very briefly on the story on Front Page Africa. It says, in the absence of civil servants being unable to receive salary due to the lack of funds at the Central Bank of the Republic of Liberia, imagine that, which has complained of being owed $5 million by Weah-led government. The Central Bank is actually complaining, say, listen, you dug a whole year that hasn't even been filled. In addition to what you owe civil servants across the country, sellers at the Waterside market expressed their dependence on civil servants to purchase goods during Christmas. However, if the government has not paid up to now, they are doomed. Under the blazing sun, sellers sit on Mecklin Street, which leads to Waterside market, preventing vehicles from passing through as few buyers search for things to buy. But that you said something. Look, and you would think to know this basic concept. Every society, you have, if you want government to get more money, so government cannot run out of money. Well, let me reverse this for a second. Government makes projections. These are forecasts. And the finance person understand these basics, right? The government said we're going to be able to raise $2 every single month. I'm being hypothetical. And the government has to watch. There are indications from historical record telling you the probability that you'll be able to raise that $2 every single month. If something is changing due to imports, so there should be a whole database tracking the importation, tracking the traffic flow, tracking everything to make sure.
Something like COVID.
Thank you. To make sure that $2 is realized. So you don't wait to the end. Then you say, oh, we do you can recast budget, but you got to be tracking it almost daily. Okay, based on what we're looking, we are 100% on track. We are 92% on track. We are 105% on track to meet the $2 intake from the government. When the government has excess, what the government does, that the government of Pennsylvania just done to that, for instance, electricity renewal, they say, you know what? We are going to put more money into a processing plant out of Bapuru County. Based on our calculations and all the calculation we did, Bapuru County will put $10 million into Bapuru processing plant. Over 5 years, Bapuru will be paying $10 million in taxes after the first 5 years. The government is increasing the tax base. The quickest way to increase tax base is through capital investments. And the government has not invested capitally. Number one, only $31 million in this 2024 budget, something I hold on to Baga recast the budget, will go towards capital investments. $594 million of the $625 million budget goes toward paying salaries, buying vehicles, buying scratch cards, paying for lost lifestyles for government officials.
Yes.
How do you expect them to grow?
And so again, I want to draw the contrast because people, when you are tracking projections, it's not a cultural thing. Let me just say it flat out, okay? The LRA gets money from different avenues, taxpayers, from business, and from property taxes as they claim. Those are things that you can track, and I'm sure they have employees that are tracking. Now, it's not to say that in America they can track differently from in Liberia. No, it's the same. It's the same. Okay, so I just want to point that out because people can say, oh, it will not work in Liberia, the banking system different and stuff. Yes, we agree. They have an undercover market, but I don't think that it's going to require rocket scientists for us to learn our undercover market. We just have to have the willpower, the will to either bring those people who in our undercover market up to our common practice, which is to utilize the bank as opposed to utilizing the susu clubs, or my grandmother used to tie her money in her little lapa or put it in her breast, Brazil, her bra and stuff like that, or save it under the mattress. So we just have to do some awareness, some encouragement, and there were good reasons why they kept their money that way, and those things are all part of just awareness, raising the level of trust within the government system. That's all.
Yeah, but Quella Gray, welcome to the show. Now, you mentioned trust. trust is extremely important. Look, in the 1920s, they had a Great Depression here in America.
Yes.
And people ran on the banks because they lost trust in the system.
Yes.
They did not trust the system. Say, listen, if we don't take our money from there, our money, because if you have $100 out there, well, 1 hour power, maybe like $80 remaining. When one day power, you want to get $40 out there. So that $40 you take it from the bank. It's the same thing that happens in Madrid. But yes, the problem, when people remove the money from the banking system, the entire system collapses. Remember this, banks do not have 5 cents for themselves. Let me repeat. Government get no money, they don't get no money.
Mm-hmm.
Don't let them after you, government get money. The money that the bank get are people money what they can put in the bank. The bank can take that same money and give it to people, then they put interest. That the interest the bank can take that to run a small business in. But when the bank don't get money, how will lend money out?
Yes.
The same thing with the government. So, you know, the government gives this information to the people where people refusing to pay even the basic taxes across the country. And some people say, you can't blame the people. And I understand why people do that. Because if you took Riverside County with a massive logging system, and you're taking one of those logs, and let's just assume it's $100,000 per log. I don't know what they cost, but let's say it's $100,000 per log. And you see these trucks coming into Buchanan Port. They're bringing hundreds, if not thousands of logs into Buchanan. And Riverside is being drained of its essence. And then the logs, there is no money going back into Riverside County. You cannot go back to the people of Riverside and say, listen, the logs we put up from here, these are the schools in development and road capacity, and this is how your children are going to school. These are the factories for men to go and work. They're not going to trust the system. The reason why government has to function equitably with redistributing the resources across the country equitably is to reassure the people that what we are taking from you, we are bringing something better. But we are not doing that, Colonel Gray. And Colonel Gray, let me come to you. Right now, as it stands, the marketers are complaining. Nobody is buying. Civil servants are not getting paid. And by extension, that means the economy is collapsing. What is going on with our country, Colonel Gray? Maybe you got a better insight.
You know, we're still in that traditional. By the way, good day, folks. Madam Richardson and Dualo. You know, folks are saying that we've gone back to that traditional way of doing business. Today I received a call from a gentleman who was complaining about the rubber industry, that a certain jetty, the gentleman who is always at the forefront of between this government and the buyers or retailers, small petty business people, was buying the raw material, almost slashing 40% of the value. You understand? And dipping them. So when you have these kinds of practices in our system, definitely you go into business, you're the loser. You don't have money to buy. So it's the wrong time to even do business, because somehow you're never going to get ahead. But if you ask me about, you know, what this does to our society, it exacerbates the poverty level. You know, if you have a good you know, business environment, at least you'll be able to create a middle class society much faster than if you have everybody going to work in a country like ours. We don't have any manufacturing based economy. We import more than we export. We don't have anything to rely on. Our raw materials and some of our vital minerals and stuff, they're all exported, you know, in the raw stage. So the economy does not have much to track any business, like environment that could also help to create a middle class. Countries like Nigeria with high, high, population, rate. Every one of them cannot just go to work. So those kinds of systems thrive on business. So, but money is moving around because people can buy their goods and services. But Liberia is just coming to that level. But when you have an economy that is not, it's not liquidating the system, meaning look, if government were to pay, for instance, for Christmas, there'll be more people buying. That's just how it works.
Yeah.
Now, when you keep the money there, nobody buying, people get their goods, and some of those goods are perishable. People losing their livelihood because certain goods, if you don't sell it within 3 days, it's done. So you take a loss. So the repercussion you're talking about our system. If you ask me, I think this is a bad time for Liberians to even get into business because either way you're going to lose your livelihood. So what else to do? Government are hiring, the private sector now absorbing people. So the poverty gap is just going wider and wider and wider. And I can tell you, Dwalu, it was a good thing to replace this situation we have on here.
No, without a doubt. My brother Mohammed Sharif, Dr. Francis, let me pose the question to you this way. You know, my brother Mohammed Sharif said we got to change the mindset first. I disagree with that somehow. Let me tell you what I do. I believe a man does not change his mindset unless and until his society enforces the laws that govern in that society. People are influenced by consequence. Look, they're seeing Liberians come to America. Why don't they break the laws in Minnesota? It's not that the mindsets cannot change. They understand something. Maybe my brother Mohammed Sharif is right. Maybe they understand, say, listen, I'm not changing my mindset here in Liberia because it benefits me here. And rightfully so, it do benefit people in Liberia. Because when you commit certain crimes in the country, you climb the ladder faster. So it's not the mindset, it's a lack of law enforcement that are forcing people to behave in that fashion. Dr. Francine, what do you got to say to that? Or maybe Mohammed's right.
Yeah, you know, the mindset is largely dependent on modeling of behavior. Okay, if we have people in our country, like the government, the leaders, if they model behavior, people sort of automatically follow them, all right, without even thinking. Another thing is the mindset. If we have like rules and laws, it deters people from, you know, acting lawless. That's just how it is. It's the process of imitation. And starting from a very young age, if we model good behavior, pro-social behaviors, those things can happen. Did anybody teach Rachel Freeman to stop mob violence? Did she go to school for that?
Nope.
Okay. It was something with inside of her that we all have, that sometimes it needs to be nurtured a little bit more for some people and a little bit less for some people. I wanted to talk about, and part of this mindset is creating trust in our system. You know, in United States, when you walk to any bank, I don't know, Dwell, if you pay attention, you're in the banking industry and so-called great, you probably see there's a word that's on the door of the bank. Do you guys remember what it says? The FDIC.
FDIC, sure.
Correct. Insurance, right?
Yeah.
That tells me that my money that I put in the bank, that they're going to loan to other people, is safe.
Yeah.
They even make us aware periodically on the public national radio, which I listen to a lot, and the bank sends me information. Okay. Yep. It tells me the FDIC, you know, that if anything should go wrong with my money, because in fact, there was a big scare recently about this money business, that the insurance companies should be checked out to make sure that they have a lot to pay me back my money. In Liberia, I don't know if that's the way that we develop trust, through education, through awareness. I'll tell you the story. When the coup took place, my father had money in Chase Manhattan Bank, I believe, and the Bank of Liberia. Up to today's date, I don't think he collected all of his money. So that it leaves you with that distastefulness in terms of how do I trust the system. So I don't blame my great-grandmother when she kept her money under the mattress sometimes. And that's the kind of education our people need, you know, to be able to feel safe in the banking system, in the economy of our country. Another thing I was thinking about is the pension system in the country. Yeah. A lot of people in the country, they get money, and again, this time of the year, it's a sad story. They get money taken out of their paycheck for pension. And we do too in this side of the world, okay? I can trust you. I get an email every day as to where my 401k is for my pension, how's my tax, my tax and my health care plan is going. It's right available to me. Now, how often do we talk to our people about these pension plans that is signing up for, and how genuine are we to give back to them regarding their pension plan? I know we had a story here where some of the people were not getting their pension plan back. They were just taking money. They had no idea.
NASCORP is breaking
Exactly.
down. Remember, the government borrowed money from NASCORP. Gentlemen, I'm not downplaying the issue of a changing mindset. It's important in the education awareness was all important. But I believe that, Colonel Gray, the law enforcement quickly influences mindset change than just expecting it through typical education. And education is important. Here's the thing I'm saying. If I'm a minister in the Republic of Liberia and I stole the government's money, and the government really, really prosecutes me, makes it public, puts me in jail, it sends a more powerful message than to say no to drugs, or the government official not supposed to steal. It's not the same thing. I understand the concept of mindset change, but Colonel Gray, do you believe the law is more powerful in terms of influencing mindset as opposed to messaging that say we must change our mindset?
You know, Dwalo, you and I, we're the pro law enforcers on the show, and most people don't like to hear that. But it was a 1600 philosopher named Jean-Jacques Rousseau. He says we must be willing to give a piece of our freedom for our safety.
Yeah.
You see, fundamental freedom or absolute freedom is not good. You must be measured. And you learn that from the family setting when your mom said be home by 5. Now that you don't have the freedom to be out there after 5. But they're just telling you that you can't be absolutely free. You must be measured. So if you ask me, a lot of things that, occurring within our country is because we just feel that we should be free. And we tend to forget that where your freedom ends is where mine starts.
Yes.
So there's a meeting point where you can't crawl into my freedom with your freedom. That becomes absolute freedom. So it must be measured. And I think if we can pay attention to law enforcement, a lot of these things we're struggling with as a nation, we'll be able to get by. Yeah. So I believe, law and order is the recipe for harmony. You understand? When people can gather together and beat up somebody because of an alleged act, that is the lowest humanity can get. That's what the animals do in the jungle.
Yeah.
They chase up one another, who the strongest survive. When a society of humans get to that level, we're imitating what animals do in the bush, where the king of the jungle, lion, probably could chase down anything and then, with impunity. The country we have called Liberia is akin to that animal jungle warfare or attitude. Until we can come back and say we must institute some law and order, a lot of things will go on. Look, I got another call today about one certain guy carrying himself. His name is Christian Weir. He's saying that he's the brother of President Weir, terrorizing the community in our Wemtown. Creating avenue, naming it after him, Christian Weir Avenue. I mean, that's how low our country has gotten, and blocking the alleyway, building, things that will block the access into the community. This kinds of attitude, we are the state of nature as a country. All the guys saying that I'm Christian Weir, I'm the brother of the president. Matter of fact, when people confront him, he takes out a gun. But they say it's in the pocket of the police, it's in the pocket of our law enforcement. So that just tells you how very lawless our country has become. And And these are some of the things some all hope to change somehow.
Yeah.
We'll have to take some of that liberty back from people and let them see you as a very cruel person, but in the end, there'll be a jolted situation where they will appreciate you because you took some of their liberty and ensure you guarantee their safety. That's the only way we're going to make progress as a country.
Well, Colonel Gray, maybe something you're talking that way, but I will say euphemistically, we'll recalibrate the system. Dr. Francine, I would change the topic slightly. Over the last, let's say, 40 years, Liberians in the diaspora, more especially Europe, America, and Australia, have contributed heavily to Liberia's growth in terms of remittances. I'm not too one for talking about remittances. Let's discuss the role of the Liberian diaspora to Liberia in terms of economic growth of our society. What should we be doing? Because we can't just continue to talk. I don't believe the talking is sufficient. I believe personally that we should put boot on the ground and find some way to up the society. Now, there's a caveat to this. When Dr. Francine goes home, some Liberian will see her as a threat. Not as an addition, a Liberian citizen which is coming back to our home country. They see us as a threat. But we cannot allow that to keep us down. But what role should we be playing to at least improve the standard of living in that country, Doc?
I actually believe that the Liberians in the diaspora, they are doing well. Our remittances alone, when you look at that graph, I think we make a significant amount of contribution to the budget of Liberia. Okay, we are sending money for people to pay their rent. This Christmas, we'll be sending a hefty amount of money for people to go shopping. So we are contributing to the economy. I think what is missing, I think there's a partnership that needs to be developed between we in the diaspora and people in Liberia. There seems to be a gap in that area. And this partnership is not a monetary partnership, okay? Because money is easy to send, all right? This partnership is us going on the ground and doing some of the things that I'm talking about, awareness, partnering, getting more involved with our people. This is what I see other nationalities doing. I have an accountant who's a Kenyan, and he goes to Kenya every year, and he tells me that they build a home. He has family members there, and that's where he spends his time. I have another neighbor before in the past that she moved. She goes to Ghana every year, and she tells me, a Ghanaian man, if you don't build your home in your village, then you're not truly Ghanaian. And so this is the way that we're going to develop our country. We're going to have to go back, build, teach our people, engage in things like poll washing, set up a team from here to do the poll washing. I have friends in Liberia who are involved in the security business now in recent years. They've gone into the restaurant business. And some people are even going into the tailoring business, supporting tailors in Liberia. So all of these things, money is easy to send. We have to have, I always call it a partnership, because we're not there. We don't know it all. They're on the ground. They're having the experiences, but we know some things from the outside world that they don't know. So we have to kind of have a meeting of the minds to be able to tease out how we can live together as a group of people.
Colonel Gray, there is a tendency from some Liberians from abroad, when they get into the country, they believe they are better because they're in a little bit better economic position and socially. They live in America. But by the same token, Honorable Bwaka mentioned in Providence that they will be having an annual diaspora conference. If such a conference is being held, what should we be looking for? Because for me, let me just rephrase it this way. I want something tangible on the ground that creates thousands of jobs. This is where my focus would be, right? So you divide, there's a paper out there, it's called Why Diaspora Liberians Matter. What we should be doing to the country. Anybody can Google it, Why Diaspora Liberians Matter. And the issue here is we have to matter in ways that change the way our people think, change the way they do things. I'm talking about for the better, and change the way how we can impact the society better. What should we be expecting from the diaspora conference, Colonel Gray?
You're talking about the diaspora conference, but let's revert to what one of the viewers said, that we need an overhaul of the mind, need a change of the mind. there's a reason why if a Fulani left Guinea and came to Liberia and you send him $50, come back 3 years later, he has a shop. Take that same money, or even 3 times, 4 times that amount, you send it to a family member. The mind is only to the level where I'm going to go find food. What's left, I'm going to go booze, drink that money, and come back and ask my brother for more. Meanwhile, the same amount, if you took it and hand it to a Fulani or somebody who comes into Liberia to do business, come back a few years later, the story will be different. So we need that change of mindset. But if you ask me what to expect from the diaspora, look, we've been receiving, sending money for as long as I've known Liberia. Matter of fact, the diaspora, the economy through remittances, I think is more than half the Liberian economy.
Yeah.
For now.
Yeah.
Because every now and then I see it fluctuates between 450 million to probably 500 million.
Yes.
And the reason why we struggle with that number is because we don't have a good tracking system. Because remember, we're still using some makeshift ways to get money to Liberia. Oh, go to Doualo. Doualo will give you $50.
Well,
and
somebody traveling.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was saying. So we have not been able to track, but the one we can track is sitting between 450 million. That's a lot of money for an economy. Like ours. So because we don't turn things around, and this is how we treat our public facility as well. There's no way, Doualo, I can just get up and have a bunch of paper in my hand and just dash it down on the ground. Yeah, there's no way. There's something. My mind is developed enough to say, if I were to do that, either the repercussion will be heavier, or it's just not okay. You understand? I can't just go across the road there, release my pants, and start, doing my thing. I can't. When Liberia, it's okay because again we come back to the law and order situation. People are not held accountable. This is what impunity does. It does not create, a sense of country in your mind. Because if you have a sense of country in your mind, there are a lot of things we will not do. There's no way I'll be traveling. I get down to the airport and somebody hold my book, and you expect that I'll slide the money in there. We have not made example of some of these kinds of smaller crimes. So you send that person from that level, you put him up there. That individual is going to do bigger things because it's not in a bigger and better corridor. But if you punish people for the smallest thing, I think somebody was saying here the other day, I think they would change. But if you ask what what we should be expecting, I think the idea that it's true, your mind is developed when you leave Liberia. I mean, when I came here, there were a lot of things I learned. I thought I was smart. When I got here, there are a lot of things I'm not exposed to, but that don't make you better than the other person.
Correct.
It's just that you have been exposed to a different situation than otherwise you would have, because we're not even a third world country. I don't like to use that word. Probably we're fourth or fifth.
Yeah.
Because for the kind of country we have. So some people would stand that on that platform to think that they're better than the other person, but I don't want to use the word better than, because no human being can be better than the other person. But we have to have that understanding that when somebody have been exposed to a society other than yours, there's a difference between the two of you. So there has to be a meeting of the mind. So maybe this kind of meeting will try to cement some of these kinds of feelings. Because when you come from here, people always think that you carry yourself as the better one. No, it's just that, Doualo has lived someplace else. So you're taking Doualo to be, the Doualo who left Liberia, when he was a young man. But what about the Dwalo that live out of Liberia? So you have to deal with in Ghana, if you go there, they have a way of treating people who come from the diaspora.
Yeah.
They have a way. They know that not that they treat them as people who are better than them, but they just put them in a different genre. You know, that's how it is. It's like you treating an educated man versus somebody who has never been to school. You know,
and it is understood though that it's like you said, it's not to diminish anybody. Look, whether you like this or not, Dr. Francine, there is a hierarchical structure in society. Socially, it is established. You know, people say, "Oh, know your place." I know me and Honorable Braga down on the same level. I'm beneath him. I know, and you know, there's a structure there. So we're gonna respect the structure. But Dr. Francine, I'm gonna give you this thing. Okay, I believe this is just my theory that a typical Liberian here in America who makes $20 an hour, that's way on the bottom over there. $20 an hour has the capacity to create 3 jobs in Liberia. $20 an hour. Because the average person in Liberia probably make $100, $150 a month. But let's just say $150 a month. That means if you're working in America, in Australia, in Europe, you can employ 3 people. But there is a catch. If Dr. Francine decides, let me just use myself as an example. I spent a lot of time in Liberia. And one of the ways I got rid of people that bother me for money, I would give them, they say they want to do business, I would give them money. We signed a contract. I know they will run away. So I got rid of a lot of people that way. So I probably have started, I would say, 20 businesses in Liberia where people say, "Oh, Opa, I want to say onion." I said, "Well, I get money, but if you want to do business, you must go into business." I know they will run away. So the point I'm trying to make is people run away because they are dishonest. And then you that spend your money, you have no recourse in getting your money. And what that does is it makes money run away from a buy environment. That means if you eat Corona Grey one time, you're not going to eat in 2 times. Only one time you eat Corona Grey. And then what that does is it forces a lot of unemployment into the country. Dr. Francine, I want you to speak to this. If we cannot have a system that can enforce the law and hold people to account when they take other people's money, how are we supposed to grow this environment to provide jobs for our brothers and sisters?
Dwalo, we need law. Okay, we need the law. We need a system. Because without the law, things like what you just said, people can just take money and feel like they have no obligations to pay somebody back or to engage in the promises that they made. So what are you teaching someone if you just allow your money to just go for free? You are teaching them to go to the next person and do the same thing they do to you. That's what usually happens. As opposed to if you had a deterrent or a system put in place, and the system does not have to be punitive. I'm thinking about an awareness system, coupled with punitive system to help those people to understand how do you develop on your farm? How do you sell onions? Those are the things, the training, the awareness. Those are the things that are lacking in our society. We need a national conversations about these things. All right. You spoke about having a national diaspora conference. I think it is going to be a useful conference to have. Again, I always think on a 2-tier, sometimes 3-tier layer. That is part of my critical thinking, my brain. I don't think one track. I don't just think that things should just happen one place, especially in our country. I think that diaspora meeting is great, and I will tell you how with the vision that I have for it. But I think a Liberianization meeting should be also occurring in Liberia, and I will tell you what I think about that simultaneously or at different times. When I think about a diaspora meeting, I think about people like ambassadors in the different regions being involved. That's number one. Number two, I think about consulate offices in the various regions being involved. Let's bring back these consulate offices back to the areas. When I moved to the Philadelphia area many years ago, we had a consulate here. I don't know what role that person, it was a she. I don't know if it's still here, what role she's played. I remember I was invited to a meeting maybe 10, 15 years ago that they had for her. But so at this diaspora meeting that we're talking about right now, this annual conference that should be held yearly, I want the business people from Liberia to have like a business expo. That should be on the agenda, okay? What are some of the businesses that Liberians in the diaspora can contribute in partnership with Liberians in Liberia to develop, number one.
Okay.
Number two, we need knowledge on things like taxes, how to establish businesses in Liberia. We need how the shipping industry, what kind of deduction or is tax deduction can we get to decrease this whole shipping things, because that's key for us to send things back to Liberia. If we have the shipping program that we have now in Liberia, it's anti-business, if you ask me, because by the time you go through all of those different people to just ship one car, it's a mess. So it has to be a streamlining of that. The expectation of the new Liberia, what is the precedent? What's his vision for the new Liberia? The training of Liberians, education programs. Okay, I think the job of an ambassador or a consulate in this country is to find schools that will be willing to take in Liberians with a good I-20 form with scholarships available. That happened in the past. My father went to on a government scholarship to Israel to study drafting, and the government of Liberia paid for it. All right, and he was forever grateful for that. So these things can still happen. There has to be a connection made by these ambassadors. Shouldn't just come in the country and say, "I'm ambassador." What are you doing? Are you connecting in the regions with the schools? Are you using part of the revenue that is in Liberia to support these schools, these students that are coming to schools, or are you just sending them to Rwanda and other places in Turkey and abandoning them? Okay, so that has to be part of the discussion there. And then, of course, the Liberianization program, key to me is training, customer service. There's a number one complaint that is going on in Liberia, that all these businesses that people have, the people don't know how to, the workers don't know how to communicate in a customer service way to people that come in for services. All right. And I see Colonel Gray is laughing. That's what I've experienced, that I've been told that. Okay. And then they have to understand their contribution. When you engage in customer service, you ask more people to come. You're inviting people to come to your business. You make more money and you contribute more to the economy. There's a connection between how you react to your customers and the revenue that you're supposed to get. Okay, so I'm going to start right there. But I want this Liberianization policy and this diaspora conference to work together.
Let me tell you what the Togolese did. When Togo realized they were not getting a lot of revenue through the port, and it was kind of counterintuitive. Liberia, we don't want to think. They dropped the tariff massively at the port, but guess what happened? They increased the volume. And then they increased their revenue by almost 2 times what they were making originally, even though the tariff dropped. If you went to Liberia, everybody was shipping through Togo, and then they would go to Togo, pick up the vehicle, and drive the vehicle through Ivory Coast and bring it to Liberia. We have to think in that vein. But Dr. Francine, you said something else. Somebody mentioned here, they were not saying it in a bad way, but I love these comments sometimes. 150 a month? That's so sad. Let me tell you, Mama, I think it was a female who said this. Some people make $40 a month in Liberia. $50, 4,000 LD. So people make it, even get it on time. 150, you're doing very well. Let me repeat. If you're making $150 US in Liberia and it's consistent, you're doing very well. The average police officer in Liberia right now makes 150. That's how you know this is what we're saying. But I want to stress something. Look, we're the largest registry of ships around the world. I've done research on this thing because I was considering the Dream of Urbanization issue that we're pushing. We can buy the container ship. You can get a used container ship now for $30-40 million. You put it on our major shipping line, and I've shipped only service Liberia. So instead of you shipping Dwalu's truck, I was at $20,000 per truck to ship to Liberia. So instead of sending $20,000 to ship a truck, I can pay $10,000. What that does is it makes me send more trucks to Liberia. That means there is more employment. You have to think holistically on a bigger scale. But Colonel Gray, I want to come to you on the issue of Liberianization. No society has ever developed. Don't take my word for it, audience. Google, where the local people did not control the lion's share of their economy. Let me repeat. No society has ever developed where the local people do not control the lion's share of their. The intent of the Liberianization policy was to do just that. But we've sidelined the Liberianization policy. What is happening in the country, for instance, if I am an Arab or I'm from the Middle East and I cannot get certain contract, I will go to Dr. Francine. She will be up front for my operation and she gets the contract, quote unquote, Liberianization policy. How can we make sure the liberalization policy work in Cape Mount County, work in Bakpolu and Lufaka and Nima County?
You know, it sounds like you listened to Ambassador Buckeye when he was talking about reducing some of the tariffs. You know, it's just too expensive to ship things into Liberia. Most people are using other means now to get things into Liberia, and that's why the legal sale of things across our unmanned borders. I mean, meaning those borders that nobody there to actually question. You can just walk from Guinea straight, your hand swinging into Liberia. When you create when you make things so difficult for people to come to your ports, um, definitely they'll find other means to get goods into the country. You will see the goods, but government will lose because there's no there are no taxes and revenue generated from those kinds of activities. Then they refer to it in law enforcement term as contraband. But if you ask me, what would do to get goods to Liberia, I think we have to begin to think. There's a reason why we have three forms of transportation: land, air, and sea. I think we're using our seaports, lesser than most countries that don't even have access to the sea. Look, Rwanda is landlocked.
Yes,
it is.
Mm-hmm.
Rwanda is landlocked. But look at the economy.
Yeah.
Look at their GDP.
Yeah. Billions.
And everything they have to pass it through another country.
Absolutely.
The state of Palestine, for instance, it's like it's locked. It's like those guys are in prison.
Correct.
See the economic activity in those parts of the world. They have to pass everything through Israel.
Yeah.
We don't have any of that. We have access to our sea, have access to our air. We have also access to our land. Now, we're utilizing our land even more so lesser than you can ever imagine because Ambassador Boca was talking about road connectivity. That's one there. But what about the waterways? What if Dwala and I come together and buy few, ferries or boats? Are we taking goods from the port of Maryland, you understand, or Bassa to
regularly,
vice versa?
Yeah.
That access is vital.
Yeah.
You understand? People will use the sea more frequently than they will ever even use the road. Because if it's going to take you that long and that hazardous to get to Maryland by road or River G or Fishtown, you just go and pay $30, $40.
Yeah.
You get on the boat, you can bring as much goods as you want. You start trading between Maryland and Montserrado. Before you look, you understand? You can afford certain things. I think we have to make this economy a business economy, my brother. We continue to focus on more like we're a consumer. You meet Liberian today, the first thing they'll ask you for is something to eat. There's nothing wrong with that.
No.
Because when the belly is empty, you really cannot do anything. You can't function. For us, that's not our priority. But if somebody continue, I like the way he placed it. And Dr. Richardson said a lot of stuff, where she was talking about how to lift the economy from more or less a consumer base to more or less like a manufacturing based company, but I mean organization, country. But Liberia continue to struggle because if I took like this Christmas season, a lot of folks have been calling, and if I were to give everybody $100, $200, you know what I'm saying? It just if that is just for the Christmas, then definitely you're going to come back after the Christmas because that money in your mind is meant only to be used for Christmas. So you exhaust it without the idea of replenishing it. Again, we have to be able to live within our means as a country. Liberians, sometimes you see them out there they appear so lavish when they don't even know where the next one coming from. And, yeah, and forget about the government. Even the private sector is what probably when I hear listen to Ambassador Buckeye talking about the private sector, how to begin to provide loan opportunities for people to be able to turn money around. That will be one of the only ways we try to uplift our country. If everything is just that go get a government job and then they give you a walkie-talkie, then from there, your next friends will be the Lebanese and the Indians who do business in your own economy. If they are doing business in that economy, you can go there too and do business.
I agree.
But we don't have that transition. I think we're struggling.
I think you mentioned about people going to Liberia to work. I'll go back on the leadership. If I'm running anything, I will set benchmarks. I don't care if you can't meet my benchmark, you're gone. You can't be running. Let's assume you're running gender ministry. Nothing is abstract. Everything is measurable. But because you haven't taken statistics before, listen, Bapuru County last year, we had 10 rape. By the end of this year, I wanted the rape to be down to 8, for example. And you now, as gender minister, have to strategize on how to get that rape down to 8 within the confines of the law. But Dr. Francine, I want to say this to you. We all go to Liberia, and we know how costly it can be. I remember anytime I want to take my children home, I think they've been home 4 times now. I can blow my nose. The cost to go home is not funny. It's extremely expensive. And what other countries they look? When the Deltas left Liberia, all these major airlines leaving Liberia, obviously, it's a correlation here. Obviously, where the cost to go to Liberia increased because less planes are going to Liberia. But we have sufficient amount of Liberians going home. What other countries have done, for example, to start an airline program, they will go to a major airline like Delta. So listen, Delta, it costs $150 million for a brand new Boeing 747. We do not have the capacity to run the plane, to maintain the plane, to do anything with this plane. However, we want to purchase a plane through Delta Airline. We will give the airline to Delta. Delta is going to run this airline for us, but we will pin the plane Liberia Airway. It will have a Liberian crew, if possible, the pilot, if we get some, or I can get the Delta crew, for example. But I want a lot of Liberian hostesses on the plane. So, for instance, let's assume the profit is $100. Delta takes $50, we take $50. The government of Liberia takes a loan with $150 million. We buy the plane, put it on a Delta operation. Delta runs it. If you want to buy the plane ticket, you go to Delta. The whole goal is to get a straight flight from New York into our IA. That way, instead of paying $2,500 for plane ticket, we're paying $1,000. Because I know with complete certainty, if Dr. Francine goes to Liberia and she spent 2 weeks in Liberia, she would not spend anything less than $2,000. I'm being very conservative, Dr. Francine. So you will spend way more. The point is you are pumping more money back into the economy. Dr. Francine, I want you to think about that idea I just presented, how to get planes into the country. This is one idea we should consider. I'll give it to you.
Dwalu, I will give this conversation back to you because I feel like you have more expertise in this area. However, I will attempt to give you some of my anecdotal knowledge about this area. Your presentation about airline creation is brilliant. Okay, as Remy Gray said, we're not even utilizing the power of our air, land, and sea. The potential that we have in those areas. We want to have our air is on international flights. Like while we was talking, in those international flights, we have no control over. I was reading something today on the internet from a friend of mine. She said there's been a lot of diaspora Liberian that are returning by Air Morocco. I'm sorry that I called that name, but their baggages are being left behind. Ruthless. That will not happen, and it's very uncommon. Yes, I actually was in Liberia in January when I went with Spoon TV. I never recall my baggage. That's one of the worst feelings. One of the worst feelings you can have. Okay, that feeling is like a sense of vulnerability. Up to today's date, Abraham is still asking for his clothing that we left behind because he can't find it. It's been 2 years later. All right. I mean, I don't talk about it. Because I'm always shopping. But the point that I want to go back to is if we had our government to invest first in contacting Delta Airline with the plan that you brought forth, that would be something that would be very helpful to us. I want to tie into that my diaspora conference that you brought up. The role of these counselors in these consulate office and these ambassadors in these embassies would be to connect with the American Liberians in this country. There's a huge market for that. Our country from New York to Liberia, 10 hours.
10 hours.
10 hours tops if you're having a straight flight, okay? The market here, these American children, especially at college ages, they got money to spend. They go from New Jersey to Florida, okay? Guarantee is that as a long distance, or New Jersey to other foreign countries, the South Caribbean or whatever, all right? We can do the same thing. This ambassador, these counselors can connect with these spring break students. Spend 2 weeks in Bassa, spend 2 weeks in Kipma, spend 2 weeks in our beautiful Maryland, these beautiful places. This is how we grow our economy. Make the story, the connection between American Liberians and Liberia. It's Remy Gray was talking about the Zionist movement by Wilmot, what's his name, Blyden. Okay, very fair, very true. Liberia is almost can be comparable to Israel. Liberia was created as a home for all Negro descents, and that's where when they brought these free slaves to the United States, a lot of them want to return. Ghana has stolen that from us, my people.
Yes.
Okay, the Ghana is making big money from the Africans. We can do the same thing. All right. Now let's go to another. Like you said, you know, my dad when he was a boy, they used to have a ferry from Monrovia to Kipma. I'm sure. Remember, you can remember that, right? He talked to me all the time about the IOC or something because grandfather used to work. He owned something. I don't know the story. Put that correctly. Remember, you probably can help me out. But you know, we have these kind of conversations with me.
The OIC, officer in charge. But more or less like the captain.
Yeah.
Yes. So he'll have this conversation. I mean, he said they used to take because there was not a substantial road in the state. Can you imagine since the 30s, 40s when my father was growing up, the road to Kipma wasn't good enough. They had to take a ferry, and now there's no ferry, but they took the road when the road came, and so they will have to go and shop, buy things in Monrovia to bring it to Kipma. That is still what we have. So we are not utilizing road connectivity. We are not utilizing our sea. We are not utilizing our air. But we can start from somewhere. We can start by the program that you are bringing right now to utilize our air Liberia.
It will bring money, Dr. Francine.
It will bring money. Believe me.
It will bring a lot of money. The opportunities in Liberia are endless. Look, I will not tell you the location. About 5 years ago, I made this projection, and I know it will come to fruition. Certain area that I expect to come up massive, I went and bought 150 acres there because I wanted to lock that whole area down. So when the business come, they got to talk to me. And the point I'm trying to make is you got to position ourselves. But somebody said, oh, it will not work, too much liability. Let me tell you something. Most airlines around the world, they struggle every now and then. If they see a business opportunity that's going to be profitable, we will not control the plane. We have nothing to do with the plane because we don't have the capacity. The goal is to build the capacity over time, like what Rwanda did. Rwanda did something similar. So Delta controls everything is Delta. The only thing is we want the image to be Liberia Airway, but everything is Delta. You buy a plane ticket on Delta, you do everything on Delta. You're actually flying a Delta airline. But I want like a Liberian crew. So like on that airplane, you get Chore and Gray, or you get plenty in Gray, Kasawa Gray, because we gradually infused Liberian culture. Maybe now, it got help, we got 2-3 Liberian pilots that we are trained. We still on a Delta. In time, we built the industry. You can do it with a shipping line. You can do it with so many things. These are the kind of ideas I wanted to look. There's nothing. We went to the same schools these people went to. There is nothing else they've learned. The only distinction between we and the West, organization. The rule of law and organization. And they stay within the confines of the organization. The organization is bigger than any one person. But what we do in Liberia, we don't believe anything can work because we think it's way bigger than we are. We put in no fufu there, living Peter, no fufu going there, digging you, no Kasali, no GB. We talking about, then we'll put some cabbage, potato green, maybe fried potato green. But we want a Liberian now, is the whole point I'm trying to make. So now, if I want to go to Liberia, if I'm paying $900, $1,000, I'll probably be in Liberia 3-4 times a year. But the problem here is, if you're paying 3, 4 right now, if anybody wants to go to the inauguration, I bought my plane ticket. I did it. My wife, thank God for her. She bought it like 3 months ago, right? But if you try to get a plane ticket right now to go for inauguration, you're paying nothing less than $4,000. That is a lot of money. How do we, Colonel Gray, how do we force the issue of Liberian entrepreneurship, localizing everything we do in the country, create Liberian millionaires, so Liberian millionaires can develop this society? The government do not develop any society. It's the local millionaires who got to find a way to create those millionaires.
You know, my brother, Dr. Richardson, talked about customer service in our country. It is so important. You've been to the Bahamas, you've been to Jamaica, you've been to other countries within our borders here in the U.S. You see how customer service plays an important role. Go to Liberia, the other people talk to you as though they are right. You, the customer, you got no right. The way even when you're sick, I've been, I accompanied one of my nieces to the hospital. She was about to give birth. The way they handled that girl in my presence at I don't want to call the hospital, but they treated her as though she was a criminal. Shut him up, man. What are you there for? Just something somebody would just be, go to the hospital here, and if you're a pregnant woman, you always want to go have baby there again. The reverse for Liberia. Because we're still, in a state of impunity where everybody is wrong but you. So we create that culture that, look, people will be happy to come to your country if you have that cordiality to accommodate them. Oh, welcome to Liberia. Giving smiles. You understand? Do you need help? Have you ever been here before? So even if you go and establish a customer service school, I think it will begin to transform, because the plane going there is the last resort. But what precipitates the plane going there, or what comes before the plane ever even landed in Liberia? That culture of accommodation, that warmness. Sometimes if you live in Liberia for a long time, you think it's not there. But I still believe there were a warm group of people. But again, I revert to what the viewer was saying, change of mindset. There's a reason why when you go to Kotoka Airport, the Ghanaian man is there. The way they will accommodate you is different from if you enter our airspace. Our border. It's completely different. Number one, where people are supposed to be having loud conversation, we don't choose where to have it. Imagine people are coming through your port of entry, and you engage in loud music, or the conversation. Sometimes you enter the airport, you're like, what? I wonder if I'm at the right place. But go to Bahamas. When you enter, those people that come, and everybody respect the law so much. Do you think you can just go to Ghana and say you're going to go change money at the airport? They have a forex. Because changing that money should bring income to the economy.
To the government, yes.
You understand? You go to Liberia, it's quite the opposite. Everybody's sitting down with hippo money there. Some of them even short. As Stanton was saying the other day, you change $100. You understand? Imagine if you're a stranger into Liberia. You don't have some bureau that you can go to change money. You go to the street vendor, they change money, and about X amount of money missing from there. That is a PTSD that will take you forever. You probably, we call that post-traumatic, you understand, syndrome disorder.
This one in. People that don't even come on the flight are in the baggage claim, crowding in the small tight space.
You understand? PTSD. once you get a bad example, when people, like, for instance, you go to Mexico, and then just within that time, some of those cartel attack. You understand? Do you think you want to go there back?
Nope.
Because one bad experience sometimes can keep you away, and that customer service is sometimes what will bring somebody back and say, "Oh, I love Liberia. The people are so warm. The way they talk to you. You understand? Their food, man. You go to the restaurant, people are catering to you. They are so, they are it's so warm. But it's like Liberia, sometimes that customer service is just missing, because those who are supposed to serve you always believe that they have the right. Rather, instead of you, the customer, having the right, you transfer that to them. The way they talk to you. You understand? The way they talk to you. So let's change that environment. And then you can put your life on the line to say, an airline will change their attitude, probably decide to go do business in Liberia. But what do you have in exchange to give to them? Even if you have Liberian crews on, hostesses on the flight, are they customer service driven enough to even
Yes.
talk to people in
I
a
will
way?
tell you yes. I will tell you yes. Let me tell you something about the Liberian psyche. Yes, I wrote another paper in that reference. You got to check it out. It's called the Liberian psyche. It's written on one of my surname called Kuwankpa Zuo, by the way. And when Liberians are dealing with foreign actors, there's a massive contrast there.
Yes.
Kind of great. I want you to go to Royal Hotel. I want you to go to Boulevard Palace Hotel and go to Mama Point and see Liberians working their top level customer service. Or put them in Francine Chinaway store.
There, yeah.
That's
great restaurants.
Is there a form of inferiority complex, or are we just so comfortable with one another that we cannot differentiate between business and what is socially acceptable and what is considered business?
I think it's a form of both, but more so on inferiority complex. We have always thought people that have a different skin color, they tend to do better, and they are probably smarter than us, which is not true. That could be the result of colonialization, or it could be the result of just racism, period, blank, or racism, even though we're not colonized. But I'm just saying some of the colonization probably seep through where we tend to think white is better. All right. But if you are inferior to someone, when they give you orders, like when they go to Mama Point Hotel or to Boulevard Palace, they see even those people are not pure, they are Middle Easterners, not even white, but they're at a higher grade than us. So we respect what they say. If they say clean up that table, can't see us running there. If they say, because we're supposed to open 8 o'clock, and I had that experience, when I was at Boulevard Palace. Every day when I went upstairs on the 5th floor, the breakfast started at 8:30 or so. Breakfast was there. Yes. But if we go to people that look like us, why should I respect someone that look like me? This person is, how do they know? We question the ability of that person, their intellectualism. We question those things, and those things have to stop. Okay, we have to start training our children that you are no less than somebody who looks better than you. The same respect that you give to somebody who you think is white, that's the same respect you should give to somebody who you think is black. And so I want to go back to something you said. There exists hierarchy in the society. That's just it. Even in this culture, there's exists hierarchy. In developed worlds, there's exists hierarchy in the culture. But the customer is always right. There is a relationship between customer service. The customer is always right, and the economy of the country. All right. At the university that I work, one small little sample. My students, even though I teach them, I'm the authority in the classroom, but I'm very mindful how I communicate with them and how I relate to them, because those children are paying dollars thousands of dollars to come and sit in my classroom. So when they don't understand something, I cannot call them dumb, stupid. Your question so stupid. Get out of my classroom. Your paper at this. No, I have to take my time. Can you, whoever you are, Nancy, Mary, do you need time after class to speak to me? I can't go through this subject right now because I'm moving according to my syllabus that I have, but I'll be glad to meet with you in my office. I'll be glad for you to stop by after class. Okay. Is that okay? Email you, follow up for email. So I have some documentation to prove that I follow up with you and I made all effort to reach out to you. Okay. And that's because it's not because I'm afraid of this student. It's because the customer is always right, and it helps the bottom line of the institution to make my institution be in existence for over 100 years. So we have to show that relationship between customer service and on the economy of the country, as you guys started the conversation here. Yes, it can work. We can have a Delta flight, because somebody was questioning, do we have the population to travel? Again, it requires marketing, which is an extra level of skill. And that marketing got to be all over the United States, not just marketing just to Liberians. It got to be all over Africa. It got to be all over the Middle East. That is what the Information and Tourism Ministry is for. All right. So when you have that marketing, our customer service will come. We're not here trying to say that everything will happen like yesterday.
Correct.
No, there is an onset of things. It will be gradual process, but we should have like goals and agenda and timeline to accomplish these agendas that we have. Now, once the airport, the seaway, the landway, they are the gateway to the country.
Yeah.
The gateway to the country. Somebody cannot get into the air. Like Morocco Airline can do anything to Liberians.
Anything.
In the background, our suitcase can get missing.
You get my suitcase too.
Yeah, they can come anytime they want land and come to Liberia. It shouldn't happen. We should
they
have
treat Liberian let's come.
Yes.
This is a serious. Gonna let me come to you. Somebody said something. I think on Mr. Borman. I hope I said his name correctly. And he said, for a very long time, and I believe there is some truth to this, the Liberian government officials have a tendency to put white foreigners above local Liberian citizens, almost all things. So for the longest time, most Liberians believe that they are naturally beneath these people that come to our country. So even you go deal with government officials. I'll give you a typical example for myself. Sometimes I get a tendency, I used to tell my sister, hey, man, we're driving today. I want to test it. She said, Opa, it will be how? I said, I want to test it. So we're standing to ERW Junction. And this white couple, you can tell they were visiting Liberia or they were passing through like a Peace Corps. So one of these traveling kids, they must have been like 24, 25 years old. So I'm sitting to ERW Junction and the taxi is empty. But as he's coming, the couple is standing next to me. Actually, we've been talking the whole time. I tried to stop their car. And I wanted to charter the car. At the time during those days, 2010, it was at $5 per hour for a taxi. So when the kid told me, I said, my picking, I'll get it down here, but I need a car for the whole day. Carry me and my sister around. We got things to do. He wouldn't even talk to me. He wanted to talk to the couple. What he doesn't understand, these children are traveling the world. They don't have no money. They're very, very frugal with what they do. They offer him $4 per hour. Then when he refused, now then he came back to me. Now, it's psychological. So, because I look like him, he was willing to go to the white guy and his girlfriend, instead of taking me and my sister for to go whatever we were going. So, how do you speak to the inferiority complex that exists in Liberia? It's encouraged by the way people that run the country treat foreigners as opposed to how they treat Liberian citizens.
Odualo, I totally agree with you. I think the agenda for total transformation of our psyche should come from the part that be. Ghana didn't just come to be what it is, where Ghanaians accept and respect their own thing. Go to Liberia, when you hear the public space, they're either playing some Nigerian song. And to be frank, we're all guilty of that. I came here before I started liking the likes of Tobagi, our Liberian. Look, we have some of the best food in the world. I'm telling you, very tasty. And that food alone, we can attract people into our country. Madam. But we just don't appreciate it when you're home. So I came out here before. I said, wait a minute, tteokbokki was one of the most best food that you can ever. I hate to sound that way, but that's how it is. Go to a party like Brun party and put a bowl of tteokbokki and see how long it lasts. Before you look, it's gone. But in Liberia, probably we're treating it as though it was nothing. So we have, by virtue of our own culture, we have some very good portion of our culture, even as songs.
Yes.
How many times you go to Liberian party or gathering around here, we're not playing Liberian song? That's the number one song we'll play. You understand? I mean, but go back home. You don't have that privilege. So we have to, again, I go back to that particular view that says total mindset transformation. We have to start accepting our own. This is where God placed us, and these are the talents He gave us, and this is what will keep us as a people. When you start appreciating your own, when Dwalu comes from someplace, it does not have to be a white guy. You will treat Dwalu because he's a fellow human being like you. And I think the agenda for that transformation should be championed by the president. That's why yesterday I literally was not too happy with. Not I was not happy per se, but the idea that a president came into being and you have a talent that is Liberian, you kick that aside. Meaning, Neone CEO was here yesterday, and you went across the border to Nigeria, patronize, prioritize, put that guy on the wall map, and you left your own. So that's where we're coming from. We'll say, well, Ambassador Boyka, maybe Dr. Francine could have been right that, but I think they put those pictures out there so Mr. Weir can see that what you could not do, your successor is going to do it. Maybe just to teach him some lesson, but it sends a bigger message, because the president of a country should drive the agenda for that transformation of the mind.
Yeah.
And if you begin to prioritize your own, the system will follow. How many times have we not seen our president dress a certain way? Suddenly everybody start wearing purple suit.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because the president, the leader, drives the agenda for transformation in a society like ours. If we begin to respect our own culture, we'll cherish our own. Man, when I go to the Liberian store to go buy, I'm looking for things I used to use way back in Liberia. I'm not going to go buy.
You look at butter, some sugar, some cube sugar.
But you're right.
It's ingrained in my brain.
Whether you know this or not, the president is a full personification of what this country represents. He or she carries our dreams and aspirations with them. Now, discussing this topic in no way is meant to be xenophobic or to hear foreigner. That's not our suggestion. What we are saying is hold Liberians on equal footing. Serve Liberia as though you would serve any other foreigner. Because if you do not put yourself first, or at least equal, because if you go to their countries, they're not going to treat you equally. Let me repeat. If you go to their country, I don't care if it's a Western country or it's a non-Western country, you're not going to be treated equally like them. But in your own country, this is the only place people will treat you greatly. Dr. Francine, can we speak to what it does to our society? Every time we subjugate or we subordinate our interest to that of foreigners, what does that do to our country economically?
Well, yes. First, I think economically it decreases our revenue and it also messes with our mindset. Every time you decrease the power of Liberians, you make them subjugated to foreigners in a country. You are sending a maybe subliminal message that we are no good. And so then maybe this is why the Liberians behave differently when they're at Boulevard Hotel or when they're at the local mom and pop shop. Because the message from the leaders to be, the power to be, maybe have not emphasized that we Liberians are the best. Ghanaians always have said they are the best. Okay, no matter what, I this is, and I'm gonna tie in this a little bit. This is some of the barriers that we have in working with my sister Jetta Simmons right now. We need the Ghanaians to write us certain letters, and the man is questioning and saying, well, if I write this letter, they will imply that we are not the best. although there are certain limitations, maybe you don't have the equipment, but he's telling me, say, so if I tell you that I don't have an MRI machine yet, I'm not the best. You don't, okay? But what I'm trying to say is we have to empower our own. It has to come through everyday messages, okay? Somebody just said to me, they disagree with me because I said the customer is always right. Yes, the customer is not always right, but because the economy has to grow, because I am the bigger person in the room, because I am the one who is serving the customer, I have to act as if that customer is always right, okay? In the back, when I'm talking to my manager, when I'm sending letters to the company, I can mention those things. And in my letter of my notation is, I know we were right in this case, but we want this customer to be happy to the extent that we can't any longer. What have we tried to make them happy? We've done everything to make them happy. And they'll not always agree to want to come back. But when we can justify that we have done everything in our power, as opposed to what Remy Gray was saying, you coming here? You come to kind of baby when you're enjoying the man, you didn't kind of cry plenty for this pregnancy, or we got a medicine, you know that we got a medicine, or what kind of food you say, we got it here. What do you say? You want to drink what? Coca-Cola? We got Coca-Cola, or fufu and soup. Then not fufu and soup. You read it. You read it. The menu. We got fufu and soup here. No. How can I help you? I'm sorry. We don't have those kind of ways. You have to talk, and this has to. I'm telling you, we have to have a national training on this. We really, really do. And it's not just a training to teach people how to be. I want to connect it to what you're saying, the economy, relationship building with people, economy. And that has to be part of the agenda of the leaders. I'm sorry. And briefly, Bernie Gray, you're not here when we talked about this thing yesterday. I want to go back to that, and I would tell all the Liberians, I was not implying that President Boakai, President-elect Boakai, should not utilize the service or Yoni, your friend, or whoever, okay? I like to do things simultaneously and think outside of the box. I was recommending that, yes, if you have this great picture trending on social media, go back home and do that to our tailors, our seamstresses who are just in need. Sometimes I may be not as worried about people in the diaspora, because I think we have lots and lots of opportunities as compared to the people at home who may have some systemic barriers. Okay, so I feel like I should give the people back home more opportunities for exposure. So I'm not suggesting if this guy want to give our president free suit, I all in for it. But I want, when Joseph Boakai goes back to Liberia, call the tailor union, wear this thing that suits simultaneously. If you have one favorite tailor, mix it up with Yoni's suit and a Liberian suit, because Yoni already told us when he came on the show that he doesn't need exposure. He's big already in the United States, right? If you listen to that show, I went back and listened to the show. All right. Yes. So our tailor in Liberia, now one tailor seamstress can tell me.
That guy suit designed a suit for Gerald Rawlings before. So I mean, that's why he's trying to say I don't need that exposure, but.
Colonel Gray, I want you to tie this into what you're going to say. Here in this country, our young Liberians back home who are doing business, if your customer service is poor, people avoid your business intentionally. They will make it better. We have to send that message. If somebody is giving you good customer service, I want you to go there more. There's a business in Liberia. I'm not going to mention the name because I'm not getting free advertisement, but I frequent the area. It's a Liberian-owned business. They have a very good quality. It's not all there, but they try to do a great job. They're delayed, but when they delay,
I don't care you want to call the name. I'll call D Calabash. I love to go.
So they try to give you good customer service.
Is great in our place.
But one thing I want to tell you, if somebody giving bad customer service, you avoid that business. In order to improve the customer service, you got to avoid businesses that are very rude, especially to Liberians. and you got to promote those that have quality customer service. And so now you tell them, listen, the reason why I come here, not just the food, but your customer service is better than most places. They will improve that. Colonel Gray, can you speak to how that is important for the society as it relates to customer service?
Well, it just brings out our humanity. You know, if somebody speaks to you a certain way, it almost brings down your humanity or lifts your humanity up. And anytime your spirit is lifted up, more than likely that's a good experience. It falls on the good side of the brain. Someone talks down on you, it falls on the left side, the bad side of the brain.
That's right.
And most times, one side tends to be dominant than the other. A bad experience will last longer than a very good experience. But a repeated good experience will become the norm. So if every time you go into a certain place, you get a certain treatment that is rewarding to the right side of your mind, more than likely that becomes your default position. Every now and then you feel at home when you go there. The reverse is the other way. If I were to go to a certain business and then the folks there that were serving me were so rude, was so feisty to me, and I'm trying to ask for, maybe the importance of tip, for instance, to ensure prompt service, right? TIPS. Now, when I go to a certain restaurant here in the US, and say I sit down there, and then the folks are giving me good stuff, and you see those folks who keep coming back. Is everything okay?
Yeah.
Do you need anything that that I can do for you? Is the food tasty? Do you want to change certain things? They're doing that not because they expect
know the
that.
right. They're not doing it because they know the right.
Yes.
Yeah.
They are doing it because they want you to come back, because there are so many other businesses around, and you close their doors that particular day. They want you to. They are working with you on that day with the future in mind.
Yeah.
They want you to come back. If the experience is good, definitely you're going to come back, because it remains on your right side to think positively about that. So I think again, and again, some of us need to probably go and establish customer service school. There's a reason why I always frown upon myself when I get calls from outsourced, stations. A Chinese guy is trying to speak English to me. A Pakistanese person is struggling. Someone from we have Liberians that we can train to speak almost clearly for and use businesses here. But because the environment is business unfriendly, if you took that there, you could lose. And one thing about those kinds of businesses, for instance, if Dwalo decided to go open a call center in Liberia, and one person there was rude to say a customer, you're not getting business again.
Nope.
That is what is happening to us. You understand? It takes one person to damage the stuff for everybody to muddy the water. That's why if we're going to be training Liberians to do the way they do business, you also have to punish them if they do the wrong thing.
Yeah.
This business that I call, I've seen people there that came there that worked the first time, but they were so extremely rude, and they fired them. That's how you reward bad behavior. You understand? You reward bad behavior with punishment. So when I go to Liberia, the first place I'm thinking about going is the Calabash, because you know what, the ambience, people. I'm not to say I'm trying to promote them, but the idea, if you can have most Liberian businesses that way, I think will make a difference. And it all goes back to the management, the top tier, who manages the business calls the shot, and has created the avenue, has created our culture within that building, within that environment. The same thing with our country. If we have a president that values liberalization, definitely is going to do everything possible. I'm pretty sure Ambassador Burka will go back in the society there and probably get some local tailors and people, local businesses. That's the business. That's the essence of being president. It's not to promote other people. You are there to promote your own, because you know what? That's who you're governing.
Yeah.
But sometimes our president exists like they're there because other people have to live other than the people they serve.
That's absolutely
right. And couldn't agree. What I was just going to add that whether which I'm sure is his plan. I was just speaking it out, okay? That I felt like I have the right to say, but a lot of people are saying that, oh no, she's not. For this party or whatever, and not that I care, but
we're big on even keeping Gibson on the show. I mean, look, you have to have someone to check on you. That's what life is.
Yeah.
I continue to say, if you have freedom fundamentally, you'll be an effective human being.
Exactly.
Somebody has to check on you always.
Dr. Richardson.
I'm sorry, Joe. Let me just tell, because he was here yesterday. He had left the conversation yesterday. Okay. And the only thing I was trying to say is that when the news started to trend on Facebook, there was no explanation like we had the full explanation yesterday. So all I was saying, the handlers, I was making a recommendation to the handlers. Be careful what you put about our leaders on social media. Social media can be damaging. Before Obama or Biden put anything on social media, it's been through check and balances. You don't just put a president's picture getting his makeup on. Then you say that's what BBC wants. No, BBC will tell you, ask BBC questions. Do not put that up there. Make our leader look presentable. Do not put him, any kind of way, because the Western country, if you don't check them, they will do anything to us. I'm telling you. Okay, that's because they feel like we don't know.
And they believe we believe them. And we promote that as well. Look, like Mrs. Carolyn Wallow just said, she said, 85% of businesses are word of mouth, like what Colonel Gray is doing about the business he's speaking about. So when your customer service is great, people will talk about it. They will bring more business to your business. So customer service is not just a thing. It's a crucial part of a business strategy. And if you don't understand it, your business can actually break down. But Dr. Francine, I want to shift. We still on customer service here. A lot of Liberians in Liberia, they're always fighting Kiamene. That's a draw. They're not small for they can be fighting. Now, the taxi driver we want to call his own price. The person will say, nope, I didn't pay that price last time. Now, I don't know the entire solution to this. I know there are times where the central bank will publish some rates, but the rates are not in line with the cost to the Calman. And the people will believe they still need to pay the same old cost. They don't care what cost this Calman is going to do. And sometimes the Calman will decide to put them outside. They say they're not getting outside. There will be a fight. It goes back to customer service issue. So let's assume the Calman wants 100. The person says, I got 80. And how does he go about addressing this to make sure they're not fighting or to improve that standard? If you post like here in the country, the people will post a rate in the cab, you know what you're going to pay, and you sit in the cab. You remember way back in the day, they put that red meter right there. When you click, you just walk. When you click, you know what I'm going
to do? The right? Right.
You don't put it down here, I don't reach, but you reach it. Oh, wow.
Yes.
We're not
there yet. We're not there yet, and maybe we should be there. And that is not a difficult addition to our cab services to put the meter in the cars and require them to do that if you want to be a cab system. Although the cab system is dying due to Uber. Okay, Uber.
We don't have Uber in our bro.
No, we don't. But other parts of the world of Africa has Uber, right? Yeah. And the cab system in this country, I mean, I know because my children.
Is it not Ghana? Yeah, you stayed in Ghana last time.
Yes. And I know that it's dying because my children everywhere they won't go something, they won't drive their own cars. They say, Mommy, we're taking Uber, we're going to this party, we won't be, whatever. So that's how I know. I said, oh, my era, we didn't have Uber. You have to use the cab system. But I see this in population. There's an outburst of population in the city of Monrovia. That's something that the government can control. I don't remember seeing, and maybe you guys can correct me on this stage. I didn't grow up in Monrovia, but I don't remember seeing the population of people that we have in Monrovia when I was growing up. Now, I know population is not static, but I think something caused the balloon of population in Monrovia. Now, that is something that I believe that our government can look and investigate, because when you have too many people rushing for a cab, that is a little bit relates to the population of people. There's less cab, probably more people, okay? Number two, this is why the ELBC station is a government station. What would it take for them to announce the price of cab from one area to another regularly, although we know that, and this is where Adam Smith's comes into the invisible hands, right? The economic term that, sometimes price are controlled by the people. If we have more people and less value in a product and more people want that product, that can control the price. But in our country, what's wrong with ELBC telling us, okay, this is what you are expected to pay if you are coming from Broadville to Monrovia, to Central Monrovia, or you're moving from Central Monrovia to Painesville. This is what you're expected to pay. That is a regular announcement that should be made, or either the cab people should be required to put that posting in their cars. I don't remember seeing that. I don't know if you guys remember seeing the posting of how much it will cost in these different cars. I know in this country, when I call Uber, they can tell me based on the mileage how much it roughly will cost me from my house to Philadelphia or to the airport. They will tell me that. Okay. When I go to do my hair, there's a whole list. Do I want relaxer? Do I want cut? Do I want coloring? How much it will cost? So I know what I'm getting into. And I think that awareness should be made to the people. Now, when this changes occur, it is obvious that changes to occur. For example, the shortage of gas, which is often critical in our country. That is an announcement and awareness that needs to be drummed into our head by using ELBC and other subsidiary radio stations. Okay, but the people don't know. We don't know when these things happen. The last time they came out with a gas increase because of the war in Ukraine. How true that is, I don't know. Rice increase because of the war in Ukraine. But I'm just saying these three things, the use of government station to keep awareness, population growth, and also the posting of prices, those three things I think will help Liberians.
Colonel Greg, we're almost at the end of this thing. So I'm going to do a little switch. And I'm going to get me again today.
Before you go there, let me just make a slight comment.
Okay.
All of this would be possible if if we can control some of the sectors in the country.
Yeah.
We're a cash-based economy where people are exchanging money, just the manual way. Until you digitalize those kinds of things, where you be able to track them. You understand? Society of scale, that's what they've done. How many times you get in a Ghanaian cab and you go give them physical cash? Before you get in a cab, they already run your credit card because it will be based upon where you're supposed to go. Mm-hmm. Why can't we do that? Are we still thinking about the fiber optics? I think Madam Salif went far with that. Where we'll have digital services to almost everything. Government is being robbed out of tax. Those cabs that you drive, government not getting a jack from them unless they go to pay their annual, their annual renewal of license. Mm-hmm. Other than that, every cab you drive, every transportation you ride, there has to be a certain percentage VAT that goes to government. Liberia is not that way. That's why we're so poor, because we're a cash-based economy. We just exchange money, just like what used to happen back in the 1400s. Way down that level. How many times have you kept money in your pocket, Dualu, or you or Madame? We see the money, but go to Liberia.
Yeah.
Because it's a cash-based economy where they exchange currency. See a $10 bill in Liberia. It's so mutilated and dirty.
It's over the years. Actually expensive to the government. But that kind of great, today.
Somebody just added, I just wanted to add this point. Somebody just told me that the cab system is also losing a lot to private cars running cabs in Liberia. I think there's an increase of that too. Okay. So we have to pay attention to that. I said this time private cars are running to be Ubers now in our country. And I experienced that in Liberia.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I won't be surprised. You expect that to happen. So
But
we
it has
have
to
to
be
switch.
regulated. It has to be regulated.
No, it has to be regulated. I agree. But let's switch a little bit. It's not just for the women, but for our society. You know, guys, you're sorry, we ain't got no breaking news today. When Stanton comes, you got all the breaking news. I just want to focus on social issues in the country today. Conor Gray, you're a Liberian man, born and bred. You're as a Liberian as they come. Our society, even here in the diaspora, but I'm talking about Liberian men and women, we love to present an image that we are not. Let me rephrase it this way. We let bluff it, baby. We let a batting beyond our mean. If you go to Liberia, people are dirt poor, but they're wearing $400 hair on their head.
That's a zoot.
Yeah, they want a suit. But what are we trying to present if we're the least in almost everything? I mean, you will see, okay, I'll use girl, woman, but I'll use girl for that. You will see 4 girls walking down Broad Street. You say this girl is straight from Harvard, from the press. They must have a brain capacity like none other. But they're all shocking to be one thing around somewhere. We present an image that is entirely fake. Why this infatuation with a fake life for Liberians? Why do we do this? I'm curious. I'm really honestly curious.
You know, some of us who diagnose people for mental health, you have to look at so many criteria sometimes. Um, Self-esteem is a very, very important factor in the growth of every individual. Um, a lot of times, somewhere when there is a diminished esteem of the individual persona, they try to go over and above to impress, because the fear is that if you go behind the iron curtain, you'll be able to see their true character. So a lot of times people tend to fake it till you make it, as you say. Um, it is so in our society because the individual has not been valued to the point where you see, when some of us were growing up, I think it's still happening in the Liberian society. The way we even communicate to children, you know, that can have impact their self esteem. Oh, move on here, you ugly. Look at your mouth. You know the way we talk to a child. If I were to do that one day to my younger child, that would leave in her brain for the rest of her life, because you know what? It's not. It's almost non-existent in the society we live, and that's how you measure culture, the advancement of culture. If you start at that level, you start putting in the child's mind that they're ugly. Look at him. Look at that. You describe the bad nature of the child as opposed to some good qualities. Oh, you got a beautiful smile. It uplifts his spirit. So when you take that and that individual becomes older, all they need to do is to go back to that memory where people have described them in a certain way. They almost certainly try. This might sound like anecdotal, but when you diagnosing people, you want to hear their life story. Why make you behave the way you behave? You understand? We all believe here that if you were brutalized when you were small, you face corporal punishment, you can grow up to become an abuser as well. Because that's the formative stage of the mind. When you take that to that level, our society, I think people are working harder to make the case that I am not the low class that I've grown up to imagine I am. So therefore, I have to impress extra for people to see me like I belong to a certain class. So all that, you tie that to self-esteem. It's difficult to imagine to say when Liberians, sometimes you come home, you look at them a certain way, they think otherwise. But go to Liberia and see how people will fix their eyes on you. It's almost to that root stage. You and I will bob a little bit, will look casually. I've seen you, right? While I'll look casually, I'll not fix my eye on Dwalo, because the idea you're trying to send a certain message, body language, there's something wrong with Dwalo. Dwalo look different from me. So in this country, you barely. Sometimes I pass by people, they'll say, "Oh my man, Remy, you passing by me," because the culture does not allow you to just look at Dr. Francine in the face just like this. For what? And she'll feel uncomfortable. She's like, I wonder you want to harm me or something. Because the culture itself, all of those kinds of traits, we have to start developing in our Liberian psyche. Go eat in a restaurant, people who are serving you at the same time looking straight into your mouth when you're trying to eat the very food they're serving you. All of that tells that we got so much work to do in our country. But it may sound like anecdotal, as I say, but that's my own observation. Sometimes
let me go to Dr. Francine. My sister Caroline, I told her what I had been because it drives the point home. Dr. Francine, we are a very poor country.
Look at those things.
When you see, I don't know what I think my phone, an iPhone 14 or I don't know, but therefore I would never change it unless it's sport. All the little girls, young boys, they want iPhone 29. I know you're not going, yeah. They want the latest iPhone, and these cost thousands of dollars. I mean, they were batting way beyond their means. They would do things. Some of our young people would do things that would make a better go puke just to get what they would present as the image that they don't live. They will cling on to the life that is not theirs, but they will present that outside as though they're living that life. And the point I'm trying to make here, guys, is this. I'm not saying you should behave poor, but I'm also saying you should live within your means because you're suffering yourself to present an image that you do not represent. Dr. Francine, what does that do to a person's psyche? If they continue every time you got to be faking this life?
Reverend Gray touched a few things about one's self-esteem, one insecurity, and so you try to cover up, you make up with it by the need for these things that are beyond your control. The second thing I want to, there's three things I want to talk about, something that Reverend Gray talked about, which is psychology, nature, inferiority complex. So we, as human nature, we try to present ourselves beyond our means, more than what we have, okay? The second thing I wanted to talk about is the sexual objectification of girls and young people in our country. We expect girls to be well dressed, that you have a certain type of body, and this is how men are attracted to them. I'll share a personal story. When I was young, I was very skinny. It used to come and drop bunny, and that message, Reverend Gray, stuck in my head, right? And I wish I had. And it's funny, in America, drop bunny is a break. Yeah. I fear to have that drop bunny body again after having 4 kids, But in Liberia, the entire time, Britain said, "Oh, you're a break." At one of our reunion, a guy had a nerve to tell me, we didn't go after you because you didn't have the butt. You're too dry. You're linking. By the time it blows breeze, you'll fall. No. And today, my husband looked at me and said, "Well, I'm thankful then that this guy said, that you are dry. They go after you." But that stuck in my head. And luckily, okay, the message that you sent, Reverend Gray, can stay with a woman for so long. The expectations that we have, it can even impact how you see yourself. And sometimes, if I didn't have a strong mind, a struggle with self-esteem and body weight issues, right? So we have to be very careful how we send these messages to our children and to our young girls, how we sexually objectify them. They have to look at butt in order for men, like butt business, hair and butt. One thing I realized that about them, you gotta have long hair, which is the wig industry in Liberia, the weave industry in Liberia have tripled, and you have to have butt. They always refer to the Loma women got butt. So we are objectifying these women. We are not looking at the core humanistic characters that they have. Does this girl, is she able to communicate with you well? Does she able? What are her value system? Okay. What does she make as a person, as a woman, her thought process? Is it commensurate with her developmental stage in life? So those are those kind of important things. But no, we don't want to see that. We just want to see butt and hair. All right. The third thing I wanted to tie this back into the value of work, the value of money. Many of our young people in the country have had no work experience because of the economy. All right. So perhaps they get their money from when we send our remittances, So it's free money. Or either perhaps they get the money from the Copa or whoever we're having this Copa conversation here or whatever, a couple of days ago. So perhaps maybe this is how they don't have that value of work, the value of money to say, I'm going to go make my own money and I know I can call the shot and to know what it's like to work for 8 hours to bring that money home. Then you know how to spend your money. Instead of spending your money just on suiting on clothes, you would think twice. And we see the transformation for those who have teenagers. We see the transformation when they start working their first job at 16-year-old. Before that time, when mommy and daddy buy everything, they would keep the lights on. They would, go shopping every time, whatever. The first paycheck, they blow it, they go shopping. But as in subsequent time, when I tell my daughter, I say, oh, you got to buy something. Oh, mommy, that's expensive. Oh, you can buy for me. Or, oh, mommy, that thing about the TS more. I tell you right now, maybe I can tell wait more.
They can wash one shirt in the
using my money. They're not expensive. Now to use your own money, things are expensive now. So those are the kind of conversations. So I think that value of money has an impact on how our children are thinking about suiting and wearing weave and the way and the I-29 phone, whether there's ever such a thing. Because I do get those calls to where they say, oh, I want phone that I don't even have. I think somebody said they want sunglasses that I don't even wear, those materialistic things. The last thing I would think is the message that is being sent to our children. When you turn the TV on in Liberia, what kind of TV station do you get on in Liberia? Well, Nigerian show, Ghanaian show, music show.
Yeah, and Filipino shows, they watch these.
Yes. Yeah. The messages that are indirectly, subliminally going to our children are flashiness. It's just our children here watching constant MTV or constant, whatever thing that is on the TV for them to watch. Those things subliminally send messages to our children that they sort of say, oh, I can become a musician and make plenty of money like what a guy in Nigeria, what a popular singer, Davido, yeah. or Burning Bro, who are Burning Bro. Yes, okay. And they don't see the hard work. All they see is on TV. And then everybody want to become a musician or everybody want to become, something that they may not have the talent for, but that is the message that has been sent to them. So again, we have a lot of work to do with our children. That's what I can say. We have a lot of work to do with our children.
Doc, we're getting towards the end of this.
Oh, Doc, how do you correlate that with people who come here who, perfect that same behavior? The man works $10, $15 an hour, and he goes and buys a car that is almost beyond his income, and within that small income, he has to pay this, pay that. Vice versa, women doing that as well, just to impress.
Yeah, but Colonel Gray, it's not going to stop because they came to America, because the culture that's already been ingrained.
Value system.
Yeah, value system. And guys, when I say iPhone 29 sarcasm, come on, guys, you're kind of. Yeah, let's explain that one again. It's just sarcasm. The iPhone 29 out yet. I think it was the iPhone 15 right now, or 16, whatever it is.
I think I got what, 15 Pro Max?
Yes.
Yeah, so you gotta support. You can't do.
Yeah, it's just sarcasm, okay? But
I had an iPhone 8 forever. I just say, you know what? Let me upgrade, man.
You deserve that really great. I must say I need upgrade. My husband, I can hardly see the button here, so he said we gotta go to the store, but we're about time to go to the T-Mobile store yet.
But
Greg, I think to address Dwalu, Greg, your question is, children tend to have the value system where I'm thinking around 8 and 9, all right? Given all support system. And so they will internalize and keep them. And then sometimes, there's breakdown in structure, divorce sometimes can impact that value system. Transfer to another culture can impact that value system. It kind of stresses the experience in this culture. So if your self-esteem wasn't quite formulated in Liberia and you came here to the United States, it's not going to change. You're going to still be looking for outward compliments, satisfaction, as opposed to inward satisfaction.
The same reason why Dr. Frank saying during tax return time, people will get a small money, run to Liberia to show off. It's the same reason why. And another thing I want people to understand, these social discussions is to bring our awareness. This is not an indication or any kind of intent to suggest one person is better than the next person, but social that we have to talk about things that are bothering our society. I heard somebody say, oh, it's not Nigerian library happening all over the world. Listen, guys, if we talk about everything happening all over the world, we're not going from. Sometimes we limit it to Liberia because this is our focal point. Okay, we know it's happening around the world, but put that into context. When the average Liberian is living on about $600 per year, and then you want to buy a $1,300 phone compared to somebody who's living in America, it's not realistic. And this is why people do all kinds of things to get them. Because young people, if you don't focus, this is what I keep telling you guys, you have to build with somebody so you can build up to be able to buy your Pro Max whenever you want it. The point here is live within your means. Don't stress yourself out. If you can live that lifestyle, your father left you $3 million, by all means, please, jolly. That's what it is. Have fun. But if you have to do things that will make a belly go puke, reconsider, because it might hurt you in the long run. Dr. Francine, I'll get your closing statement, and then Colonel Graham, and then we'll go from there.
I really believe it's a great show today. It was intermixed with politics and social issues. I think we need to have, from time to time, this type of conversations. So we started off basically, talking about just value systems in our country, leading to Richard Freeman, basically standing up against mob violence, and the fact that who taught her that bravery, and how some people they don't need a lot of nurture when it comes to that. They have it inside of them. But some people in our culture, they need more. Like for our children, who I think I told you I was so alarmed because I didn't get to see the video in its entirety until later on at nighttime. It was after the show, and I heard her, and I was so impressed. Yeah, I heard her, and I was really impressed with that. No, this is not good. Don't do that. They said, well, take the people to the law. But then I saw children. Yeah. They were watching, and I started to think about the violence that there are sort of integrated into their psyche. Okay, how does that manifest when they are adults?
Thank you.
Okay, how does that manifest in our legislature, which we talk about too, Dwalu? Okay, and so I started thinking about that. How does that impact our country? And then, of course, we talk about extensively about customer service, its relationship, its economy. Those two things go hand in hand, okay? And lastly, I wanted to just share something to Alu about the combination between our education system and parental system, something we talked about on the show before, that children, they need both sets of parents, a man and a woman, or somebody that is strongly of the opposite sex involved in their life, okay? You can be raised by a single mother and be great. You can be an exception to the rule. Yep. Or sometimes you can be raised, and one of the beauty of our country, we were being raised by our whole neighborhood back in the day. So that sometimes was a good buffer for how some of us came out, even though our parents didn't come to our basketball games like how it is in the developed country, but somebody went there, all right? The neighborhood took pride when you won that soccer tournament or that football tournament and brought it and said, oh, we won. The whole neighborhood was happy that the neighborhood team won, sometimes because maybe our parents were too busy working, so they didn't go. But in the end, I'm trying to say that we need to have a home where children are being parented by both sets of parents, or somebody who is actively involved in their life from either side from either gender. I will share this with you, and this is where the education system comes into play too. The education system can amplify what the children learn at home. My daughters, all four of them, had to take health classes in the United States. And I don't know if this happened in your state, but they had to bring home babies that would cry to show them the nature of how parenting is. Yep. So it was amazing. This baby who was like a real activation of a real baby, okay? This baby would get up when the diaper, it was programmed in the school, the teacher program. This baby would get up 3 o'clock in the morning. That my 9 or 10-year-old gotta wake up 3 o'clock. She'll come, mommy, this thing is crying. I bring it around. I said, nope, you carry that baby right back.
Teach you a lesson.
I said, I don't know. I can't stop crying. What does it need? I said, well, try all of the options. But what it was a learning process. Even if we drive in the baby in the car, we put a baby in the car seat that they give you, that baby will start acting or crying. So they are conditioning the mind. They are learning the process of what it's like to be a parent, okay? What it's like to be a responsible person, thinking outside of the box when a baby is crying. And this was for both of the girls and the boys. I won't say, I mean, I have all girls, but the boys in the school said that they have those babies too. Yep. Another thing that the school system does, they amplify financial lessons. Our children start to learn about living above your means very early on. They have financial classes. Oh, my girls, I told them, in fact, I think it was option. Those were where I send them to. You'll learn to live within your means. How to save, put money, 10 cents aside, okay? But the economy of this country provides for that. We can do that in our country as well. Learn to do one thing we don't know well, learn to do charitable work. It's amazing Liberia are funded on a charitable basis in a way. The ACS from this country kind of went to Liberia and some people say forcefully took the land from the people for most of them. You know, it can be argued, which is another subject of the day. But I'm just trying to say that, you know, we have to learn voluntarism. Not everything got to be paid for. Not everything got to, you know, got to be a transaction, monetary transaction. And lastly, my prayers is for this annual diaspora conference that is happening on both levels, Liberianization and the diaspora conference, and the issue of loan program should be a topic too. I talk about several topics, but I want to add loan program. So that's my closing.
Thank you, Dr. Francine. Colonel Gray.
Well, today is the birthday of my 6-year-old niece, Madison Pugh.
Hey, congratulations. Happy birthday, Madison.
Maybe I even bring her age down. Maybe she's 7. But
happy birthday.
Yeah, she's celebrating her birthday. And a few days ago, it was my friend, Philip Pierre. He celebrated his birthday, and all of those people are watching. You know, we come here to impact lives. You know, most times we have a way of balancing the show. These things are important. And you and I grew up to a Liberia where we used to have Mahawa and the kids. All we heard those people were doing was to teach us how to live basically every day as humans. And, you know, those things remain in our psychic, and then some of us are trying to impart those kinds of traits into our kids. So that's how life is. It's a circle. Yeah. I had to go through that same ordeal with the children bringing their baby from school, and those babies are, you know, it's like they were programmed. And I think they have a data system that fits back to the school or what.
Yes.
If you left the baby a certain neglected, they will cry more, and they cry like real baby, very annoying, very. I'm like, oh my God, you know, it kind of brings back that memory when they were younger. What I had to go through, you have to wake up, you know, the child, you know, I had one specific one who slept throughout the day, but at night she was up. So and you know, so all of those kinds of things you have to go through, and that what brings the dynamism to the family. It kind of makes you appreciate each other, because you know what, whether they were younger and they cry in your ears, you've gone through all of that hurdles. Almost certainly anything you labor for in a certain way, you tend to cherish it. And I think our society, we still believe that once you are given handout, it's almost certain something you certainly did not work for. So the way you would treat that is different from if you were to go and earn your own living. You know what I'm saying? So more than likely, our society you know, has degenerated into this culture of asking, panhandling. You know, you find that more, but what that does to the society is it does not bring the dignity of labor. You know, when people are ready to talk, sometimes they say, oh, you guys in that special state, you're cleaning this and that, cleaning human being and that. You know, they're not looking at the dignity of earning. They're looking at the road leading to you earning. You know, at the end of the day, I always tell people, if you earn money, you got money in your hand. Would they distinguish whether you did this to get that money? As long as it's not illegal. If it is something you have to go to work, that is the dignity that is attached to it. And all of these kinds of things are missing in our society. You go to Liberia, everybody wants to wear a suit and a tie, sit in an office. The bulk of the wealthy people in this country, I've never seen an office. They only go there probably to transact with in terms of the financial exchange, but they're on the field. As cold as it is right now, if I go down my street, they're fixing the street. People are there from dusk to dawn.
Yep.
All of these kinds of things. So we need to incorporate that into our Liberian system. And I want to say we have a long way to go. That's why these kinds of shows sometimes can help to brush the mind of Liberians. We believe that if you bring a certain, for instance, if I were to take certain kind of business to Liberia where you catering for the elderly, because we have so many older people that are just everywhere. But if I were to take a business now and say I'm opening group home, and those elderly people, you cater to them, most Liberians may not want to go there because of the nature of the job. But think about you getting to that age, how you love to be treated. You understand? So a lot of these kinds of values sometimes we don't have those programs anymore in Liberia that used to teach people, kinetic learning, expose them to seeing certain thing, hearing something, and then it becomes the value and norm of society. We continue to look for answers elsewhere. When I go to Ghana, I'm running to leave from there because almost certainly I'm a foreigner there. I don't care how you. The moment I enter Liberia, whether it's dark, whether it's a kind of way, there's a certain glamour that comes over me. You understand? I'm home at last.
Yeah.
My brother.
Yeah, I wanted to add to Alu's comment in terms of the dignity of labor. I'll be short. Back in the 60s, there was a study done where they were branded the welfare mothers, and they always be concerned why they used to have Cadillac, they used to have enough time to go do their nails and all of that stuff. Very similar to what we're talking about, how the Liberian women and men like to dress, living beyond their means, because they didn't know when you're receiving welfare in this country at that time. Back in the 60s, you get free housing, they give you your money, they had nothing attached to it. And as Congress progressed, they started asking people before you stay on the welfare system, you got to produce to them how many hours you spend looking for a job, and did you find a job, and all of those things. So that changed the dynamic in terms of making the value and the dignity of labor, as opposed to calling them Cadillac mothers or welfare mothers or whatever. So I wanted to just add that. And I also wanted to add, I have learned that the business of opening a nursing home is not a bad idea in Liberia if we have the right business environment. Many of us here do not want to die in this country, and I learned that from my parents who died in this country. Their goal is, when you work in this country, because for them it was not a choice because they came here during the war, is to return home. And our struggle as children were, where were they going to go? Who were they going to go to? If we had assisted living, something where they were good enough to live into their own apartments for a minute and then step down as they got older, that would be a perfect. And I think a lot of people were in the same conditions that my parents were in. I mean, they ended up here dying, and they because we kept them here because of medical reasons. But I'm just thinking, when you were saying, wow, I'm getting to that age where I want to
see how the people will talk to them. Oh, man, shut up, man. You better feel in the oil mouth so you can't make noise.
You not do that. You are not. My mom would be on the phone calling me, quick, get me out of here.
And they get shot muzzle.
Get me out of here.
But let me do my closing.
Go ahead, Swalu.
Y'all, thank you. Always, man. We love you. These social issues, all of us have a part to play. We have to talk about it. This is the only way we move forward. Nothing is going to change if we all don't talk about it. The social and developmental scientists, they have this running thing about nature versus nurture, which one impacts a person more. Doc know more about it than I do. People will tell you a person is born with over 400 different traits that you cannot control. But let me tell you about nurture. Your environment has a tremendous impact on how you think, how you grow, and how you relate to other people. Our environment in Liberia currently is not properly conducive to raise the children that we want representing Liberia or the kind of society we want. So at the end of the day, we need to do more. The reason why governments are instituted is to formulate a kind of society that lifts everybody within that society. We're just talking from education level to health, politically, socially. All of those have to be addressed. We are as good as the least of us. So you can't say, all I mean as Zogo, so I already know. Your well-being extends to that Zogo's well-being. So when we are talking social issue, we are talking collectively because we are all involved in this. So who we elect, the people we make our leaders, how we interact with one another is so important. How we are, our well-beings will be for ourselves. We have to continue to understand we live in this environment together. Politically, we will talk about it, but once in a while, we have to talk about social issues because social issues are vitally important to the growth of us all. How we build our homes. Whether you can, Dr. Francine can take her outside toilet because she said our land. She put it in my front porch. She said, "Well, that's my land, Carolyn. Thank you, that's my land." It's not about your land. You have to live and let live. Dr. Francine has a right to live too. It may be your land, but you can't start beating tomorrow 12 o'clock at night. All of those we have to consider because we have to live together. Yesterday, we spoke about the blowhorn. You can't be causing noise in the community and say, "Oh, I'm making my market." Consider other people. We are not saying this to tell you how to live your life. We are saying this for all of us to coexist together. So all of us can live together in harmony together. Once again, man, to the audience, Doc, Colonel Gray, it was a pleasure as always. I think the guys back there hearing us, you guys can come on board and we're about to run away.
Yes.
Yes, Zeus Carter, you're right. Critically important.
Yes, definitely.
Mr. Colette?
Yes, sir.
We run away from you, Chief.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but you're running away earlier.
Yeah, but the
Liberian people still won't listen to you. The people say they're enjoying the conversation.
Oh, but you take some calls? They take some calls.
Yeah, what I think of the conversation today. What the thoughts are?
Yeah, what do you think? Go ahead, Mr.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me go get some water for you. Why are you doing it?
Yeah, 055-101075, 055-101075, and you'll be live on the program. Let's take this person. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, you're live on the show. Your name and where are you calling from?
I do not want to call my name.
Hello. Wow. Let's take this person. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, you're live. Your name and where are you calling from?
I'm Patrick Flomolama calling from the SKD Boulevard community.
Patrick?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. What do you make of the discussion today?
You say a very big thank you to the show host, and then all what you people are saying is in the interest of the Liberian people.
Mm-hmm.
We are just coming up because what happened before, it will still repeat itself again. This measure is put in place. So I tell you, thank you. You continue to educate the mind of Liberians, most especially the young people.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's take another one. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Obexin Brian.
Okay, Brian, let's hear you. What's your take on the discussion today?
Well, the discussion, it is very, very kind in my life.
Okay.
Because us Liberians, the guy was talking something that if you went in a restaurant to eat, then the person who served the food, that fufu or that goma or that basanyama to you, he or she will be looking at you directly in your eye. Your friends will not be able to eat that food. It happens here. But according to analysis, in that back there in America or what's in other part of the world, it can happen. The person will think that you would harm him or her.
Yeah.
So it is very, very important. We can move, you guys can move things to educate us Liberians, because we don't know our status quo in the society.
Yeah.
So it's a continual process.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Thanks a lot. Let's take another call. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you calling from? Oh, hello. We take another call. Hello.
This is Chris Momo.
Chris Momo, you are live on the show. What's your take on the discussion?
Yeah, okay. We're following the discussion, and they did well. They talk a lot of things as it relates to the economy. They talk about the family, which is the basic unit in society, about what been going on, which is not right.
Okay.
And we need to correct things. And we look forward to the conference to come, the diaspora Liberians and Liberians here also. And one thing I should say, we cannot do in our people in diaspora, most especially those who call the American Liberian. So we need to understand that we need to love one another and make sure that we can put the country forward. And there's no difference between. And sorry, let me just say, people confuse American Liberian with Congo people. So let Liberian get to know that there's a difference.
Okay.
So American Liberians are those who think after slavery, and those who are Congo, those are people who were going to slavery and they were brought back to Liberia from Congo.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. Let's take this person. We have a call from this end. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from?
Yeah, I'm Omega Zonega is from the Lower Magui County.
Okay, Omega. Yeah, go ahead quickly, Omega. Let's hear you.
I'm enjoying the discussion. What going on in our countries is what they are discussing. But last night, Mr. Leslie Coulet, there was a mistake that made. I called the CEO and requested for the $40 United dollar, but he said, George, it's a serious occasion.
No. Listen, my man, don't do that thing to us. Yeah? I had the information. I already had some information with respect to who called, and we compare the information, even the voice. I listened to voice carefully. I identify people by the voices, all right? And I listened to the voice compared to the person who was calling, and indeed it was a guy who called. Even the location, I knew the location. And then, I mean, so please don't do that. A lot of people call when we provided that number, claiming that they were the one. They were the ones, rather. So please, don't do that. Sorry. Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. You're live.
Augustine Coach speaking.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just very glad to get on Full FM today.
Yeah, what's your take on the discussion quickly?
Yeah, quickly to the point. What the young man was talking about, the children, how to, for us, the Liberian, how it good for us to bring our children up, for them to take care of us tomorrow, and they should set our future. It really touched my heart. And how some people can behave in the market, and that can be disturbing. They can be disturbing other people in the market, making noise and doing a whole lot of things, attract people badly. I want for us to look into that direction also, to put the mechanism in place so that we can live in good atmosphere in the market.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot. Let's take, all right, thanks a lot, brother. Let's take Madam Ruth Davis. Hello, ma'am. Welcome. You're live on the show. Oh, okay. Please hold on a bit. Okay, now you're live.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to tell Tualu, thanks so much for.
Oh, it looks like we lost Nelson.
Nelson, I think we lost you. I don't know if you can still hear her. You're frozen.
Want to reset?
I think he was logged back in. Usually when they go out like that, they come back in that.
Yeah.
So,
it sounds a lot of people enjoyed the show today.
Yeah,
we need to do a little bit more often.
Maybe once a week, just some social issues here. Because that, people can talk about a thing because it will look like, ooh, I live in where you get up in the, but only kind of platform, we can readjust. TV, don't be walking in the street where a woman way behind you. Yes, you walk next to you. But it's not simple, but that's serious thing.
When the colors and the one pregnant with that's true. Not even video tell. I've seen it. I've seen it in my eyes in Liberia. You know, but you know, another thing I wanted to point out. Baby girl was talking as we wait for Nelson to come back. So, as a young psychologist in a field, I was so full of humanity, and my colleagues were charging big money to see clients, and I was like, "Oh, I'm doing this free. I want to help people." And as we were looking at the research, we learned that even if you charge someone $5, they will value your service. Okay. And so this thing about there's dignity in paying for something, there's dignity in labor as opposed to getting it free.
Yeah.
It's real. It's real. This is why even when people receive medical assistance, they're still required to pay co-payment.
Correct.
Yeah.
And the insurance companies do that because I used to work for an insurance company, is to discourage you just from going there for every small thing you go there. They want to make sure you really mean it.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
exactly.
and one of these days, this will be for Liberians here in the diaspora with the issue of life insurance. And our people avoid it heavily. Colonel Gray, I was licensed in 3 states here, and I try to make 20% of my business Liberians. When you go there, that's the thing. Oba, let me ask one question. So you get that person married when you die, they will get that person money, then you will get different men can marry her. I said, you got children by that person? He said, yeah. I said, how many children? 3 children. Do you want to get that person an option on who she marries going forward, or do you want to pick any man that she can bring around her children because she has to survive and pay rent? My man, I die. I feel dying. This is the kind of this is in America. So those little things. So we still do this in our community where Opa Musa down the collecting $20 that person. What $20 would do for anybody? This is America. I'm not asking you to get $2 million in insurance, but I'm asking you at the bare minimum, if you have children, leave something beyond, or at least pay the mortgage. Do something that balances the family if you're no longer around. So these things, because for me, it's strengthening the Liberian family. Because if the family is strengthening, our community is strengthening.
And Dwalo, to add, that's the difference between wealth and riches insurance.
Thank you.
One key point here, okay? When you are rich, you die. You can collect money and be rich temporarily for everybody. They maybe give you $7,000, $10,000 to bury this person. When you invest in an insurance plan, you are changing generationally the lifestyle of a generation. I have an insurance plan. My husband has an insurance plan. If one of us dies, the insurance comes to me and he has the right to determine beneficiaries of the plan. How many percentage go to his first child, his second child, his third, and then they have something to start off with, whether they're 50, 60, or whether they're 10, 15. That is how we transmit generational wealth as opposed to being rich. We the black people who let being rich. We didn't let us talk about generational wealth. That's why we have to have this transformation in our thinking.
I enjoy a guy that called and was trying to distinguish the number of people, the migration that happened back in the early 1800s, between Amalco Liberian and the Congo people. Most people tend to confuse those two. Look, Liberians in the diaspora, meaning outside of Liberia, people came from everywhere. Imagine how many empires were going through transition: the Songhai, the Mali, the Ethiopian, the Ghanaian Empire. So there was this mass migration. So you found people from Sudan speak Bassa the same as the Bassa people in Buchanan. So our country was like that. It was open because this. Imagine in the height of colonialism when you had no free country. They were all under the axis of colonial power. Britain, France, or England, France, and probably Portugal. Those kinds of powers were the one that had Africa. That's why I say ours was one of the freest countries that you can go in. Nobody will bother you. That's why Wilmer Blyden was talking about that. I was not only people coming from the United States. There were people who were taken off the land, sent to into slavery, and those people who were granted the freedom, they were finding ways to come back. It's like us today. We all come here under economic hardship.
Yep.
We're still in bondage, but we cherish to go back home, even though it's voluntary. So Liberia was a safe haven that was established primarily for that. So most people used to love to come to us. That's why I say we're the beacon of hope in the region. And I think it's true today because go see Liberia, the amount of folks that are coming in from Nigeria, Ghana, they come there, they establish their shop, they live better. But again, the dignity of labor is what we as a people have not been able to incorporate. We like it free. And even if you put somebody to work, they feel that if they can outsmart you, it helps them to feel a certain way, as opposed to, let me work with Dwalo, build this business so that my generation coming after me can benefit as well. Dwalo is happy, I'm happy, generation unborn is happy. But they prefer to outsmart you right there, destroy everything, and then cut the phone line. Next time when you call, you see them somewhere. But man, what are you bothering me for? What are you calling me for? You understand? And this was a business between you and them. The smart man would say, you know what? Dwalo has given me $200. I will set a goal by next year. You understand? I will be able to.
BT talking that so.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, I understand the rationale, but that's not how they think. Caroline, are you talking here?
Yeah. So I'm reading Carolyn comment here. Carolyn is my little sister. I love her. Carolyn said, Dollar reading. Carolyn is saying, most of the cry you hear people crying at our community funeral services is not because of the death of that person. It is the debt that person left on them. Some of them, Adam's gender, can leave plenty of cheering around. Yeah, too. And I mean talking it. So you gotta the cheering is who are getting property, who are getting, I want to be crying and fighting.
And look, but most of them were born around, they don't get nothing to leave behind. Look, Tyler Francine, you talk about the wealth. This is what we do in this country. Look, we used to cut checks. When the check comes out of the machine in the morning, 1.7 million, 2 million. And you know, you go the way we made it. Oh yeah, Johnny just passed away. And you know, it is what it is. Because the woman knows you get a $1.7 million check.
Correct.
But the Caroline said, when women visit that, first of all, they get one basket when you go visit, the basket in the middle of the living room. You put small things inside. We are doing it backward. You cannot leave anything to mom basic children in so they can be able to go to college. Even if you paid off the mortgage, the biggest bill we all pay in this country is either your rent or mortgage, right? With the exception if you had a massive medical bill, which nobody would be able to pay anyways, but your mortgage and the guy insurance that can cover your mortgage, God forbid one of your partners dies. So you take care of that. The guy insurance, they got income distribution. For instance, beside my life insurance, I get an income replacement insurance. So it replaces your income. So your wife can continue to get it. Yeah, then the woman go remarry. If she's a young woman, that's what you want for her to be happy.
You'll not be here.
You're not here. You're there. Because you will do the same thing.
Exactly.
But at the end of the day, people just, and somebody said, I think she was joking. She said, oh, I think I'm Victoria. If you get insurance, you will die soon with Victoria. I heard that plenty of time in the field. They said,
that one that control our death here.
Look, take care of yourself. Look, my grandfather used to tell me something. He said, Opa, a man only needs 3 things. Well, it's for God first, but 3 things on the earth. Good health, a family that loves you, and some money. Yes. Everything else will fall into place.
That's correct.
And at the end of the day, look, we're not wishing death. They say, oh, but Opa, I got to die before I get the money. I don't think that scam, man. I said, no. Life insurance is not for the dead. It's for the people you leave behind. I want to leave behind. I said, but you don't know where you leave behind. Look, I used to answer some funny question.
Especially around people. And, I can't fault you for wanting to keep them involved in the business, Yes.
No, but because you know what happened into the community. Let me tell you a real story. I cannot call the name. This old man comes from Liberia. She was like 3 months here. So her daughter called me. There were 2 girls and a boy. They said, oh, Opa, come here in Providence. And so I went there. As soon as I saw the woman, because I've been doing it for a while, I know what I was looking at. I said the woman is very sick. You don't carry her to the hospital because when you carry her to the hospital, I cannot insure her because it's in the system. Because the insurance company pulled it up. But we had this no question asked policy where you can get up to a certain amount. And I say, if I were your pull, I can do up to $100,000 for the woman. You're pulling the woman. Say you're three, the two sister and the brother. You can split it 3 ways, and you'll pay the woman insurance because she obviously didn't get it. But you're the beneficiary, right? Mm-hmm. That brother pulled grumbled down. He refused. He said, "You're not paying nothing."
You only knew.
Yeah. So, but anyways, the two sisters said, "Opa put in the woman will pay." I think the bill, if I remember correctly, it was approximately $60-70 per person per month. So this was not a lot. So I said, you know what, you're not able to afford to hold that policy. You don't do the term life. The woman not expect to go more than 20 years. You don't do like a 15-year term life policy. They agreed. The thing was not even 4 months in America, the woman passed away. Now, the insurance company decided to dispute this thing because they said, listen, she died so quickly. People just think the insurance will pay you automatically when you die. It doesn't work that way. Plenty of factors involved.
Yes.
But anyway, the girl called me. She said, Opa, the old man died. The old man said she would carry the old man home. But so I went there. I filled out the form, everything. We submitted the form. The insurance company agreed to give him the money. And they gave him the $100,000. The brother came now. He won some of the money. The girl said no.
Of course.
Nah, but guess what now? He said, but then, when he wrote insurance policy, he knew the old man was sick. I can report him. Now, obviously, I'm going to lose my license. I was just trying to help Liberians. Say, listen,
what kind of bala is that?
Yeah, bala. They have to get about $20,000 of that money.
Oh.
And besides the $20,000, they have to pay.
How would I behave?
Yes, Liberian, he had to pay away to go home to go bury him because they allocated the old man body home. It was like they said $16,000 to take the body home. But the point I'm trying to make it, they ended up getting $100,000 when they could have gotten nothing. They paid the insurance for like 4 months, and they took the old man body home, and he refused to pay. And I should tell Liberian, I would go to Liberian churches, all the Liberian churches in from Massachusetts to New Hampshire to Providence, to the whole of Rhode Island. I don't go there. Listen, my people, their insurance here, they're not deaf thing. The living thing. They would you give it to somebody today, they will not spend 2 more. It's not the brother, the first thing they cancel. And this is the last thing you're supposed to cancel, which is your life insurance. When your mortgage is not last, your life insurance is the last thing you cancel. That's the first thing they can cancel. And our people, and you talk to them, Look, I said, guys, they got cancer insurance. If you got cancer in your family, get a cancer insurance. God forbid you get cancer, the insurance company cover. If that's $300,000 a year, they cover it. You nobody's saying you will get cancer. But
a lot of things is a stigma. It's a stigma that if you go get life insurance, I mean, you're coming to die right there and then. But Dwalo, this issue about garbage removal, trash sanitation in our country, which is one of the reasons why people are so sick. Look, if you had seen Fadiga the other day, I almost gave up on it.
How is he doing, by the way, Remy Gray? Let's talk about
it. He came home. And I was supposed to go see him after this cast.
Really great. My plan for the trash removal in the city.
Yeah.
I hope I get to unfold that.
What I was looking at the proposal. I don't think it cost any money, my brother, to get a recycling plant.
No. We got companies that are willing.
Huh?
They got a bunch of companies. Like I said, I've been doing it for 15 years. I've designed a massive strategy for the city. In fact, within 6 months, there will not be a single dumper in Monrovia forever. Mm-hmm. Because the design that I came up with is self-funding. The government will pay no money after 3 years forever. It will self-fund itself. The processing plan, the Europeans have these. Look, it's a plan that we'll discuss another day. CDC got a proposal. The proposals are out there. Like I said, I'm willing to implement this policy across the city. And initially, at the time, I was even willing to fund the first portion of it, show them that this can work. And then, if it works, you refund me my money. But it was just one of those. Obviously, I don't have that money anymore. But I have a master plan to remove the trash from the trash is the least of my concern for the city.
The city
is not big.
No. I wanted to go back to the topic of insurance, Dwalu. You know, when both of my parents came to this country right away, I put insurance, and then me and my sibling had a discussion. So it was very valuable to us because, and this was like almost 20 years ago, when both of them passed, I grieved so easily. You know, I did not have to worry about money, bills, and all of those things. That's why what the insurance was for, and some left over to go to their children. So it made me to, things were just easy for us. I can't imagine if I had to be collecting money from people and trying to make ends meet. That would be too much headache, and I think that would have impact, you know, the grieving process. And I want to also stand with you, Dwell, that these people have structure. You know, my mom, not in her wisdom, well, in her wisdom now when I look back, during the war, running, coming over, you know, she would pick up children along the way, you know, Liberian children. She gets here, she not with the children, but she go put the children on the insurance plan, my dear.
Oh, okay.
I pay for it, me myself pay for it. She died now. The people say, but wait, you're not, you're 5 or 6. I said, who you talking about that? Who didn't know the children, my mom and pa, you know, had. They said, no, your mom had 2 or 3 extra children. They said, oh, this bit.
Then the children, oh, rare.
The children don't even come here. They didn't even come here. I said, but how will find the children? The people say, listen, my young woman, that is not our problem. You will find this, you will find those children. Otherwise, the money your mom said 10% go to different 5%, that 5% not go to them. Will remain here in the country until you give us legitimate documents to prove that these children are available. They can't pick up the money. You can't pick it up for them. You got to find a way to pick it. I said that part, it goes to the state of New Jersey.
Yeah, they will hold that money until they
hold the money. That the whole claim. That's what they told me. So I just decided I didn't have the you know, just the strength to go back. There's some person make a comment in the newspaper like, bro, my goodness, the way people are like, bro, everybody can show up the day.
But you know, Carolyn say that all the children in the Oma took care of the community, she will put a name there.
Yeah.
That the thing back in the day, though.
Yeah.
Another thing I want to say about insurance, guys. Insurance is like a savings account. You're not going to pay more than what the principal is worth. And guess what? There's another secret you don't know. You can borrow from your insurance. You ain't got to pay it by if you don't want to pay it. You get a whole lot policy.
Yes.
You can borrow from there. You go, you eat a ma. The day you die, they take out the difference from on top of it. So the insurance is like another financial tool that you can use for yourself.
Oh, okay. Mr. Dwalu, sorry.
No.
We had
on the radio or no?
So you guys were not on the radio, but we're still taking calls on the radio.
Oh, okay.
We had a little bit of internet issues, so
yeah,
but it's better now.
It sounds clearer right now.
Yeah,
you know, compared to when you were here. So what did you do? Rebooted the system and you came back in?
Yeah.
It sounds clear.
We tried,
take 2 more calls, man.
We tried to do some Miami shaking. We tried to do some shaking with the Miami.
What's that?
Oh, Miami shaking?
You're there.
You're there.
The internet at Miami internet, so we did some Miami shaking with the camera. Okay.
You got me on that. You got me on that one, Nelson. December.
Somebody asked a question. This is important. Let me answer it. That's PW Cole. He said, "We use the best insurance insurance, full life. It's called whole life or term life policy. It's not best. Okay, let me say that. If you want to live for your whole life stays with you for the rest of your life. The principles will not change. The money you pay don't change. So from the day you get it, it will stay the same until you die. But that whole life policy, it can gain cash value. That means when you not pay the day you're hungry, you provide some kind of money, you can go there and take out some money from there. You eat it. You don't got to pay it back. The day God forbid you die, they will take out that difference from on top of it.
Mm-hmm. It's more expensive.
With term life policy. I'll give you an example. They see them on web get pregnant. I was scared. I couldn't tell them they get Mancy, I get Passy, I will take care of her daughter. What's I going to tell Mr. Jordan? That mind you now, because we got married before the daughter got pregnant. But I was so terrified. The first day she was pregnant, I went and bought a lot of life insurance. I still get on life insurance to this or they did. I bought because I promised that I would take care of his daughter, right?
Of course.
And so I was terrified. and the thing was twins. I said, holy cow. So I
bought, one time, right?
One time. So all this stuff, I was scared. So I started reading extensively on insurance policies. God forbid something happens. What will happen to these children? So I put insurance on the kids. They came in the master me. I wanted insurance on them. So we bought a term life policy until my children turned 30 years old. I lock it in. The day they were born, they had insurance until they were 30 years old. Then I got another insurance. It's also that we turn over to them, that they would take it out to go start their own life. But it's very cheap because they were the baby, because insurance goes by age.
Yes.
When you're young, you get it. But I get my term policy to make sure my children reach to age 30 years old before something happened to me, the mom will be able to take care of them. Right? 30-year-old, because I already believe they're going to be out of graduate school. So you push it all the way in from there. Then we are getting a whole life policy. It's for me and my wife, just in case we get old and one or the other person can get a dialysis, they can get a small money from inside. So all those ones, so whole life policy stays with you. The premium does not change. It is there forever. Term life policy for a specific period, but the good thing about term life policy, you can get a lot of money for small. Yeah. So right now, let's say if you're 25 years old, you can get a $1 million term life policy for $200 a year.
Yep.
$1 million. So God forbid you die, and that $1 million, if you do it for 20 years, you will pay the same premium for that 20 years. If you do it for 30 years, the same thing. So for young people that are having children, I recommend always get a term life policy, like $1 million policy for your children all the way to the age 25, 30. It will cover until your children grow that far. Then you get a whole life policy that will stay with you for your whole life, for you and your partner. Now, there's a lot of other insurance. They got, the cancer insurance. They got medical insurance. They say you're in the hospital, you can't work. They will cover your income. You got to get insurance is a good thing. For me, I'm an insurance freak. So, sometimes
and Zwalu, we are having these conversations because this is the future that we see in our country. We can do this. Some of the groundwork is already established already. Like, we understand that the government does take money out of people's paycheck for insurance reasons. NARSCOP, manages some of the insurance plan. So, and I understand in Liberia that there were insurance companies, very popular insurance company that existed before. Yeah. So again, we need to have this kind of awareness and, give the opportunities to our people, or provide the opportunities for them to be able to cover. Like, in America, you got healthcare insurance. Like, you guys wonder how I get all these glasses sometimes. Yeah. I have a flex plan in addition to my insurance plan, that I have to use. If I don't use it, they either take it back or whatever. So at the end of the year,
I feel like 50 for flex plan, all those kind of things. So
yes. So I gotta use it some way. So I just buy glasses. Okay. Then you have your 401k plan, which is your pension plan. They take money out of your account for me. They've been doing it for 20 years. So you can imagine what that means. Okay. And why some of the reasons some people think I want to go to Liberia to look for a job. No, sir. I got my 401k. That is very hefty. I can contribute in many ways, and I have my babies. Beyond that, I believe that my children are very valuable, even though they got to me. I think I've learned that the most time they need me would be when they are in college. Yeah. When they get out of my house.
We want Colette to continue the call.
Yes. Yeah, let me go ahead. I'm actually. Yeah. Let me go ahead and we'll do another 5 minutes of the call. But
my man Colette, somebody said, no, your term policy does not change within the locked term. So if you lock it for 20 years, it stays the same for 20 years. After 20 years, it's going to change price because you're getting older. The closer you are to age 70, the less likely you become insurable. Now, if you have HIV, if you get certain cancers, if you get cancer, if you get high blood pressure, they may not be insurable. You can be 22-year-old and not become insurable. So it's good when you're young to get insurance. Even if you don't want plenty, get something. Even if that barrier insurance, get it. You got to get something. You don't want for you to die. People be talking to that. I still remember you're passing around wearing BB jeans. This man gonna be paying money for you. I remember. I just tell you how people can talk. We young know us.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'll go back to the lines and take some calls. Let's take this person. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from?
Thank you. That was so much. My name is Jerry Dobley. I'm calling from Springfield, Mass.
Okay.
Dwaro, when you go
I want to by y'all.
Let me say thank you for this great opportunity. First of all, let me say thank you to our people who listen to us. Putting our women JMB to the topic. My brother, you see the country is a land of great opportunity. A lot of people come in the area, they decide to play. For me, I like try, I fishing, I did a lot of things back home, so I don't come in the country to play. Yeah. Anything I get good benefit, my brother, I into it. Down to my family. As I'm speaking now, my brother, I'm a man who own the property in the country now. So I tell renting and encouraging our brother and sister. Yeah. People who giving the type of experience, you try to link with them. You will make things better for yourself. Brother Dwadu, thank you that was so much. It will be good for our country, more especially. We recommend JMB will be on the team. Thank you that was so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, please go ahead. Your name and where you call from?
Yeah, I'm Jones Quito, called from Rehab.
Jones Quito, please go ahead.
Yeah, let me just tell that and try to thank you for the education they giving on insurance. You know, insurance is very good, but where we find ourselves in Liberia, remember we fundamental general insurance company and thanking the project, my man, all the time we can't get nothing. But you see, for your organization there, so now for me, what I'm doing now, I just get my own private saving now for my children myself. But the insurance, after the insurance good, for property insurance and other things left insurance, but now in Liberia,
thank you.
Only property insurance and the thing around here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Let's take another. Sorry.
The message, Christmas.
Okay, you're live. Yeah, your name and where you call from?
I'm Lisa Brown calling from Birmingham Highway. To be precise, we have Town.
Okay, go ahead. It's good to have you.
Yeah, I'm much happy with this Ebenezer radio station. You know, it took me to actually know what has been going on in the past government. How, you know, like bring money being used. Okay. As I speak, I'm an instructor and working with from Birmingham Highway. Okay, I've been wondering why it's our money. As soon as this government got into seat, why is it he cut our money? I've been wondering. But through the station, I have gotten to know how government, you know, money being used. How they used. Then as I'm speaking personally, we usually take me and my sister, we stay in Nigeria. I live in Brooksville, but I go to work and on the highway.
Okay.
And because you know they pay us. This is why today I'm still on the highway. I don't use about anything for my children and what I do. So I'm very much grateful for this Ebenezer station.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, man. Thank you. Let's take this call. Hello.
Yes, hello. I just wanted to say I'm so happy about the suggestion that Dwalu had about the airlines connecting with Delta. We travel like every year to Liberia, and we go through so much traveling through other countries. Liberia can make it. Look, okay, God bless Liberia. Our country is so blessed. And another point that he made about the ferry and all of that, I mean, everything was just on point tonight. And I just wanted to say thanks to everybody on the show. We had a good show tonight. Thank God for his phone.
Thank you.
That's all I have to say. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. So we will go back to the line and take this person here. Hello. Thank you for holding on. Let's hear you. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, this is Alexander Buema Bala from Minnesota, USA.
Go ahead, Bala.
The issue to everything that Mr. Dwalu said, I agree with him 100%, especially to the waste. The waste in Liberia is something that if you, even a common person in Liberia can make money from waste because it's a community initiative. What the community chairman can do is that every home in Liberia, in that particular community, can pay every week like $75, and they will have a volunteer who will work, take the garbage every weekend. You will see at the end of the day, the community will be clean. But people are not doing it in Liberia, especially for the marketeers. See them, they will put the dirt all in the streets. Just look at the building at President. We are just be, hello?
Okay, yeah, just conclude. Go ahead, conclude.
The market, like Douala Market. The last time I was looking at the video, I saw in that market building a food with so many died. It shouldn't be that way. That is putting a bad image to our country, painting our country as most of the dirty city. So, to just conclude, I think by doing a community initiative, Liberia will get clear and green.
Thank you.
Thank you for tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your contribution tonight. We will squeeze another one in, Mr. Dwalu. At any point in time, if you want us to hand it over to you,
we're going to end it soon. We already ended, but take the last call. Let's take the last call.
Hello, you're live.
Yeah, good evening to you guys.
Yeah, go ahead.
I love the way Mr. Dwalu can talk. I like the Koroga you can speak to all, man. I don't know where you learned that thing from. You speak well to all when we speak in the program. I say I enjoy that. Also, I like you guys so much. I've been following TV for a long time. And also, they feeling that at least the way Kororumi can be smiling sometimes when you see a lot of this stuff when we maybe speaking sometimes can be looking and say, yeah, well, yeah, thank you so much. We appreciate everything what you guys see. I love because now, of course, somehow we are not living now in Liberia, but what you're seeing to our people is very good because now I live in Europe, especially in Germany.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, man. To our people, every day we force to get better. We try to bring you better information. That's all we can do. And the biggest thing, let's act upon this information. Honorable Bwaga has a lot of work to do. Some of us will be major agitators because this country has to grow and we all can make our lives better if we work collectively. We just have to. We got no more choice, no more time. Kind of great, Dr. Francine. I'm out of here running away. I gotta go warm my wife food. Y'all know the thing.
Yeah, go warm that rest. It's calling you.
I want to remind again something I heard about certain Christian weird that is going around terrorizing his community, erecting, blacks and blackway everywhere. The citizen life he has put, in danger. Some of them, some like take up, use guns and stuff to make the people scared, claiming that he's the brother of the president. I just want to say this culture of impunity, that's why I hope to see ending someday. Look, if my brother were president, I think my every day I remind myself that I have to behave, the right way. I would not want to use that as an opportunity to take advantage of other people. But this guy, I'm told, has made the life of the community so terrible that people are helpless. People are helpless, and they say he is in the pockets of the police. You can barely do anything. Sometimes he brings military people because he's going around telling them, "I'm the brother of the president." Come on, man. Who doesn't want to be friends to the brother of the president? And everybody is terrorized now in a neighborhood. They're so frightened because these are the kind of that who I am kind of mentality that. I think Liberians who have suffered quite a bit. It's about time we live in. This is the only country God decided to put some of us into. And those of us who have the ability to travel outside, it's okay. But what about the people who can travel? You can't terrorize people in their own home where God placed them because you are the brother of the president. So I think that issue is supposed to be looked into. And people call us on Spoon because they believe that we'll have this platform that is making Liberia better. I think it is. That I'm not sure about whether you can concur with me, but I think we're impacting our country quite a bit. And that is the importance of the media. back in the days, you want to hide from Action News TV because if they cover it, everybody will see it.
Yes.
And
still today.
Yeah. That's the role of the Marie Claire play now. Every now and then people call you saying you're reporter your spoon. You just see how just one network can change an entire country. You know, some people say, look, I did not been for spoon, Ambassador Booker would not have won the election. I mean, that's compliment. I take it to be that way. You know what I mean, Doc? So I think spoon is very vital. That's why people always call us. If we report everything that comes to us, I'm telling you, because people believe that once spoon lend their voice to anything, it goes straight.
Yes. And that's because, Remy Gray, we have sort of bought into the people trusting spoon. The leadership, people that Nelson them, if they say we're going to have a 9 o'clock show for the Liberian people to speak, they show up and the show grows. When Senator said, I'm going to send the news to, you know, the NEC, so Liberian people can see for themselves and make their own judgment, they do. All right. So when we have a system where people can trust and it's not controlled by the government's propaganda, which is what our ERBC sometimes have turned into, it turns Liberians away. So I think this is why, you know, they love spoon. Today I was sidetracked a little bit. I got a call from a young man, and I don't even know this man, never met him, but we got acquainted through spoon, which is interesting. He's not. I get a lot of these different calls, and he said to me, Dr. Richardson, I want you to know that I'm very grateful to you. Sometimes I wonder, I imagine what would have happened if you would have followed your previous panelists and not call people like Remy Gray or Fadiga, you know, and the other people that joined you. What would have happened to Spoon? I don't know the answer to that, but I'm so thankful that you didn't go on the radio circuit like other people did. And you know, I have never really, a lot of things happen.
Internalize that, yeah. That's
I've not really internalized that, honestly, because we have a job to do. I've partially internalized. And he said, he referred me, he said, I wonder if Joe Booker would have won had you had the old parties that you had on this station, because we saw during the election, they went somewhere else. Maybe they were going to transfer all the information that you would have had in your chat room to the other people, and we're going to be in a conundrum. You know, he was talking, when he ended his conversation with me, we talked for a long time. I was so blessed to have that conversation because usually, you know, we exchange texts. He said, you know, in the Bible, when they were building the temple of Babel, God caused this confusion that is manifesting today, where everybody was speaking different languages. He said, I think that's a good reason that that people left and y'all are speaking different languages. Otherwise, it's glad that confusion came, because otherwise, I don't know where our country would have been.
But I said that earlier. I said conflicts are good sometimes. Conflict sometimes can open, you know, the diversity of any. Look, if now we're all just swinging one way, you don't appreciate that there is also another avenue elsewhere. That's what conflict does sometimes.
Yes,
it opens up the, you know, for a change.
Yes.
Yeah. So, sometimes you have to give yourself credit, because had you gone, I would not have been on Spoon.
Yes,
you know,
I want to give credit to Remy Gray.
Yeah, when you reach out to me, you know, I say, you know what, Doc, I think you need more people. I reach out to Fatiga.
Yes.
You know, and then Leo.
You sure
and people started coming, you know, and we took that, you know, we struggled together, took that to the next level. Now, all the rest, yeah.
And Steve was monitoring, of course, he's the businessman. He was monitoring our numbers, and I would be proud to say the people trusted us. Things didn't change significantly at all, because he would show me the numbers every day to put a lot of pressure on me, you know. But, you know, one day we'll tell the full story to Liberians. But this guy had me thinking. And so there's a young woman who said, someday I like you, Dr. Richardson, and someday I don't like you. You know, I come on this show because of you, my young woman. I don't expect you to like me every day. I expect to say some things that you would like, and it's okay. It's okay. Remy Gray talk about divergent views sometimes. And that's how it is, and being the only woman on the show, or the longest surviving woman on the show for a long time, Remy can tell you it's not easy. I heard Remy tell, let the woman speak, sometimes, and sometimes you say, can you let the woman speak? And it's a long, it was a long time coming, Remy Gray, because you start off with a group of men who have not had women around them, and a woman who, when she steps in, I work professionally all my entire life since I've been in this country. When I step in the room, I'm in charge. But then I had a group of men who didn't seemingly have any respect for that. And so there was an interesting struggle. But I think we've grown, and I was coming in with nothing but love for Liberia. People were coming in because of connection to celebrity, because of money, because of how they get their girls for their face being on the show. I came in just for knowledge, okay? And so it takes some time, a lot of conversation with the CEO. We've talked about, how I need to speak, and you can see, I think we can see the progression. Yes, that's what I'm talking. You just said that.
We all have transformed, and that's the importance of things that you do every day. The mind has a way of adjusting itself and improve better than before, and that one makes Spoon now has become the epic, the center of our culture. I go places where people say, "Oh, you are the one Spoon." I mean, for some people, maybe that's a big deal, but I'm going like, yeah. So, but I mean, the way they make it seem is like I watch Spoon every day. You remember gone are the days when people used to think that the number they see up there it was purchased, it was made up by people from India and other background. But I tell you what, everybody watches Spoon.
It does.
Everybody.
And there are even ways that we can't even calculate the numbers, because there's groups of people that are watching. I have a couple of relatives that they are in. We don't even know when the TV is on YouTube or something, but there's maybe 4 or 5 people that are watching.
Yeah.
How do you calculate those numbers?
Yeah.
When this is widespread on the radio system in Liberia, how do you know who's watching?
I mean, various platforms. I'm just saying that I think we can develop Liberia based on the Spoon model, in the sense that you start, for humble beginning, and then everybody start taking ownership of it. Look, there are folks who will say, don't be drinking too much water on the TV, all those stuff. But those are the ways.
You hear what Carly said? Carly says, Spoon, and tell me the crew woman. Rather distract you. That's Carly, you're too funny.
No, definitely. I mean, that's how it's a culture. It's a Liberian culture right now. If it doesn't happen on Spoon, that means it doesn't happen at all. And that's where we want to be. And sometimes when you see the minister of government and other places people are calling, it's because they know once it happens here, it will affect the larger society. And it has a way of going out. And that's what I wanted to be. Back in the days, it was Action News TV. You understand? When they bring that microphone to you, they put showing your surrounding. Once one person sees you on that TV, anywhere you go for life, they know you that face. But for some of us, we're not here for the publicity.
Nope.
We're not here for the publicity. But it's a clarion sacrifice that you make on a daily basis. I just spent 4 hours sitting down. I'm not going to get paid.
Nope.
But the idea, my glory comes from the fact that we educate the Liberian populace, and you see the returns. People they appreciate, because we have a generation of Liberians who don't even know these things happen. Take for instance when I was talking about Liberia was who made Israel to be a nation state. That is very, very important. Most people don't even.
Somebody commented they didn't understand the analogy that Israel was developed for the Jewish people, as Liberia was developed for people of
the African diaspora.
Yes,
sincerely, that African people everywhere that were disadvantaged brutalized, bastardized were free to come to Liberia and live freely.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what the Jewish state established in the middle of Palestine. That's why it was for. And we made it to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So we have that common history. So for a president of ours to deviate a little bit, it's a fine line. Like I said, Tubman lost his life because of that.
Yeah.
You understand? And people don't understand.
His perceptions.
Yeah. Tubman was one of the best presidents, but he served a relationship that cut ties with Israel. And that followed him up to his death. But Kola wants to go, I can tell.
Yes, he's funny. You gotta go to his next show. But I wanted to add to that caller who said Liberia is blessed. Liberian is blessed. You are so right. Wherever, no matter where we are in the world, you can tell, you can see, we are here to present our country and represent Liberia well. We can make it. We can have an airline that goes strictly from JFK to Liberia, or from Atlanta to Liberia, or from Minnesota to Liberia. It takes this strong willpower, and I'm sure we will get there. We don't come to talk idealistic talk. We want our country to develop. So we know that there are groundwork already there. It's just a matter of fine-tuning those, harnessing those guidelines, those groundwork that already is there. I'm in the process right now. I'm gonna go Remy Gray because I'm actually have to fight with immigration. This is why Liberians are blessed. I have to explain what open more is to the immigration department from a psychological perspective, because I saw a Liberian client who suffers from open more in her late age, and immigration rejected my use of open more. So I have to fight and argue with them. And this is where I choose to use my brain to fight for my people. And this is why I stay on Spoon. This is where I choose to use my time and power to educate people around the world that, yes, not because you don't have open more in your DSM or it's considered a cultural disease, that other people don't suffer it around the world.
Around the world, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we have to.
There's still polio out there, but it's almost eradicated. But Daka, I was just going to add that we're specific, we're special people. Look, we're different. I don't care how you look at it, we're different. You want to know what different? Find us in the middle of everywhere. You can almost pinpoint a Liberian person.
Yes.
More than likely. So we're different. We haven't given us that credit that we're a different group of people.
Yes.
Even among Africans, we're different.
No, it's true.
Some Africans used to almost be intimidated. The only thing that making us not to collect the credit is because our country has not matched the way we carry ourselves as a people.
Absolutely.
And that's why we need to work hard to get our country going. During the war, some of us went to places in the middle of nowhere. You see a Liberian person coming, you say, that's a Liberian person. The way we carry on, the way the ladies dress, the way, it was different.
Cook. The way we communicate.
Yeah. Sophisticated group of people. We just have not given us that credence.
It's coming.
And that's why among other Africans, sometimes you can see that rage in them because those people love to act special. They think they're American. No, it's not that we don't think that way. I think we grew up seeing ourselves that we were our own self. We didn't try to copy other people and so on and so forth. So our country has come that far, and you cherish Liberia when you're not home.
Yes.
You come out.
There's nothing so. The sense that gave me a sense of pride when I walk into a classroom that consists of completely European children. And I walk in the class and they're still looking for the professor, because in the world, they don't expect a Black woman who come with a Liberian accent, So in this country, we have Liberians tend to have broken down barriers, So there's nothing that brings me no pride. And I sometimes
just speak clearly, just speak clearly. Don't try to extra emphasize, and most times people try to go the extra yard. And if you have not left Liberia, sometimes that's where you think you have to impress other people. But you know what? God does not make mistake. He made you for who you are, and just carry on that way. The only thing, follow the rules in society, and you live. Nobody cares whether or not you speak with an accent, but speak clearly. Imagine communication is for the other person to understand you, vice versa. Don't just speak like, sometimes I go, my own Liberian people sometimes say, come on, man, I have to stretch my ear a little bit. What are they saying, But, and then somebody will say, but isn't that your people? They say, yeah. But I say we have different medium of communication. I say, so we're diverse people. I say we have 17, 18, 19, 20 languages in our culture. So it's like you hear a southerner from Texas speaking with that brawl, or from Alabama. It doesn't mean that up on the north in Minnesota we don't have our own accent or different, but that's who we are. But they want you to acknowledge it in their culture, but not in yours. They say you speak an accent. And I say, come on, you have a southern accent.
I tell them the same thing too.
They say, no, but I'm American. I say, well, if you want to put it that way, I'm human and I'm American. If you want to put it that way,
I tell them flat up, I'm African from specifically Liberia.
Yeah, I say, because once you live here, whether you have permanent resident, whether you're a citizen, they always identify you by the country you come from.
Yes.
And so me too, we acknowledge you based on the region you come from. So if you're somebody from South Carolina or that heavy brawler, I would say, come again.
No. Yeah. So really great. I hope that we will have a conversation. I'm sure Dwalo is listening, and I gotta run to write this report of open mole and what is comparable to in our DSM, which is the book, the manual that we use to diagnose people, on the pros and cons of colonization, because I believe countries that were colonized around us had an edge in terms of the mindset and to some degree development. Okay. Versus the beauty of the divergence of people that settled and moved into Liberia, and also the people that came from the diaspora. The slaves didn't just come from one place. They came from different countries. In fact, I think until the late 50s, Maryland was even part of Liberia. It was like next later on, if I think correctly, my history back home, it was one of the last counties to be annexed to Liberia, if I remember correctly. But so I want us to have like that kind of conversation. I'm sure that you are thinking about that, and you mentioned that, and I spoke about that because I think it relates to the accent issue, the language issues in our country. Very similar to other places,
Very diverse. I'm telling you, imagine 1947, most of the countries who are big around us now were not even a country by themselves. They were colony.
No.
So when it comes to the United Nations to vote Israel, Liberia was one of the only independent African nations.
Yeah. And that's what and lastly, Liberians, let's just keep striving, make our personal life and our political life and our country life better. That's the only thing we can ask for. Just like Reverend said, be who you are, strive to get whatever personal goals you set for yourself, and do it well. You are who you are.
And Doc, at one time I thought you were in Maryland, because sometimes Maryland people think, oh, I don't live among the Liberian people. Look, God does not make mistake. When He made you Liberian, it was intentional. Live as a Liberian. The Liberian people, and I said, I don't go among them, And I said, okay, stay where you belong, because you think you're questioning the veracity of God, the deliberateness of God. If you want to live like you white man, go live like a white man. That's fine. but allow me to live as an African. You know what I mean? That because sometimes you meet people. Oh, you're not Minnesota. They're a bunch of this and that. You are condescending upon your own very culture that God decided to give you when you were coming through this world. That is one of the most low self-esteem statements sometimes I hear from people. I just walk by. You're Liberian? Oh, yes, I am. I never claim any other nationality.
Yeah. And I think it's a transformation that people go through. We have a study of the different stages that immigrants go through when you migrate to this country. But some people get stuck in these stages, and that's one part of the sticking stage is don't want to identify with who you are. If there's an underlying causes, like you said, low self-esteem. But yes, you write about when it's warm. I don't even put European clothes on in my house. I want everybody in the world to know that I'm from Liberia. It is a beautiful country.
Right. That's who you are. That's who God decided you're going to be.
Yes.
You can't change that.
And it was very easy, for me for a lot of people don't know, to adapt and go the other way. I wasn't raised in a Liberian culture. I came here at a young age and live in all white. I have a white set of culture. Okay. But I was determined. My value that was formed when I was 7, 6. My parents loved Liberia. My parents love Liberia. My parents grew up. My mother never even went to school in my biological mother. She came to this country by ship, not in airplane. That's not airplane not coming. She was here in the Civil War. I mean, the civil rights movement. Okay.
Yeah.
And went home. She and my dad really loved Liberia. So they always talk about that in our home. We were always love Liberia. I was just supposed to come here, go to get an education, and go back home. But I got stuck here. So yeah. But anyway, let me work on this. I got after this, I got to do letters of recommendations for student customers. Right, I'm on my Christmas break, but I have to do this letter for these children, these students. I'm calling them children. These are adults because they are always right.
Well, we'll be on tomorrow. Hopefully, Merry Christmas.
Yes.
Let us look forward to tomorrow. And I'm not sure where Stanton is today. I'll try to reach out to him and ask him where you're at.
Well, you told me you meet us on the show sometime, so I don't know where they are. I'm assuming that they are with the president-elect. That's my assumption. And I'm assuming that Fagon is with them. And so that's what it is.
Okay, madam. Well, right. Nelson, my brother, you having a show tonight?
Yeah, we have the late night show coming up.
Yeah, you look up to that show, and you can be awake in that show, man. Yeah. Oh, my brother, man, it's always a pleasure, my man.
Yes, sir. Thank you, and I'm glad that you follow at times when you have.
I do. I sometimes go and do and listen. Thank you so much, my man.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Have a good night.
Okay, you too. Well, folks, that's how we like to draw down the curtains on this edition of the program. Of course, Spoon Talk is Liberia's #1 talk show on radio and online. This is where you get authentic information about all of the major happenings in Liberia. Again, I want to say thanks to all of you who were able to show up here tonight and making your contributions on the program. Spoon Talk, we've been live on Spoon TV, on Fabric TV, and on Super TV. That's for Facebook. And on YouTube, we've been live on our YouTube channel. That's Spoon Talk Live. So you go to YouTube, search Spoon Talk Live, and you'll always follow us there. I want to say thanks to all of you who have been following via the YouTube as well. We've been live on the radio, several radio stations across the country. Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric 101.1, and Super 95.5 FM. That's for the Spoon Network. And there are several radio stations across the country that relays this program as well. So we have Gibi FM in Kakata, Gibi County. Thanks to the folks there for relaying the program. Thanks to the folks in Bon County, Premier FM, for relaying this edition of Spoon Talk. And also in Bombing County, Trust FM. Thanks to the team there as well for relaying this edition of the program, Spoon Talk. And of course, Spoon Talk will be back on the radio tomorrow with more information, more fascinating news right here for you. But just before we go, as the CEO mentioned the other day, of course, we are open to playing your commercials, your birthdays, greetings, and all of that once you can reach out. So we have a special birthday greeting here to Telewo coming. That's Telewo coming Jami. Okay, as you see right there on the screen, today is her birthday. That's you, Telewo coming. That's Kanin Jatmin. You are the proprietress at the Medical Diagnostics Clinic on the GSA Road. That's in Pinzil. Today is your birthday. Your husband, Chairman Daniel G. Wa Jr. of Columbus, Ohio, the U.S., is saying a happy birthday to you as you celebrate your birthday today. Again, that's you, Telewo Kanin Jamin, the proprietress of the Medical Diagnostics Clinic on the GSA Road. Again, folks, we want to say thanks to all of you out there for being a part of this edition of the program. Till we come your way again, have for yourselves a good night. Coming up shortly will be the late night show. The late night politics of Spoon is coming up here very shortly. I'm Nelson Colette, and bye-bye for now. You can try to maybe catch us up very shortly as we get set up for the late night show. Bye-bye for now.
A special one from the CEO, Stanton with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat. On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening